Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Druid of Meta today with the Landslide build. Yes, finally an Earth build. And instead of now using our +1 set bonus minus needed charm thingy, we will actually experiment around with the can equip up to 3 unique charms. And see if there is something interesting, fun that you can actually do with that. We'll still be playing 2 sets of the Den Mother, and we'll have to play 2 Old Mountain versions as well. But let's see what we can do with this. I mean, we would be getting here no damage reduction from the set like this, but this is, for example, 120% damage bonus. This is 115% damage bonus. This is 120% damage bonus with another 100% damage bonus. So a lot of possible bonus damage just coming our way. Now we'll just simply have to find out if that will work the way we want it to work. Okay, let's destroy all the junk charmer doodles. Then make ourselves some more. Okay, we got some more things that we don't need. Another Blood Mad Idol, by the way. We wanted to sell seals to make some money. Because I'm like, you know, a billion. What's a billion in the grand scheme of things? Nothing, right? Okay, we got ourselves the Basilisk. So this is a key piece of the build because the Basilisk is insane together with Lochran's Talisman. Our Basilisk is actually amazing because it has the maximum life and the weapon damage. So that's already killer. Now we just gotta see if we want to put like physical damage on it or if we're rather gonna go for life on hit. I guess we're gonna begin like with physical damage probably. Poison damage multiplier out. Could just go for willpower stacker. That's like physical damage, I guess. Yeah. Then we're gonna have to temper on attack speed so we can spam our landslide like there's no tomorrow. Oh goodness, we're almost out of Forgotten Souls again. Well, I guess another 5,000 Forgotten Souls shouldn't be a problem to get. And then we'll have to farm some later down the line. So let's get this up. Move the bad boy over to critical strike damage. Dankeschön. Then we're going to punch 2 holes in. And equip it with 2 Grand Scouts. Yes, look at that. Okay, so now we have 130% bonus critical strike, right? So we're sitting at over 100% critical strike chance. Despite that one removing it down by 50. That's interesting because it's like only against petrified enemies. But since our earth skills now always petrify enemies, right? Due to the actual item, we just have them petrified at any given point. Now, I'm not sure if that is actually visible when we're throwing this at normal monsters. So we're gonna activate our storm. Then we're gonna do the landslide. Oh, I gotta actually, I don't even see the damage because I have only normal damage on, right? Oh yeah, this is good. Okay, so we're doing already high billions. That's nice. So it's working, right? We can spam that away. We just need to reduce our cooldown now because that's the thing, right? This cooldown here needs to be as low as possible. It's 41 seconds with a 16-second duration. So even if I go away here and spam now, right? And we have that on. Pull things together. We need to really make sure that when we're going through content is always as low as possible. Yeah, we'll almost have it. We almost have it. Okay, we're getting somewhere with this. I like what I see. I'm not mad. Quite happy. What we need is cooldown reduction now. So my Might of the Urzen here has a resource generation. Friggity frig. That's actually really unlucky. Now, the good thing is that we got one here with crit damage, physical damage, and nature magic damage skills. Which means that I can actually roll 1 stat into cooldown for the time being. Right? And reroll these here into cooldown. Even though we're going to have to exchange this for a different one really quick down the line. Regardless of that, I'm going to waste some money here right now hitting that cooldown. Thank you, 8%. Then we're going to temper cooldown on it as well. Probably have to, like, temper cooldown on Lochran's Talisman, too. Have to see. It's resource, that's cooldown. And we're like so close to a overlapping cooldown. I guess it's easier than I thought it would be. Hey, come on, give me something like 5 second, 5%, 5%. Doesn't want to give me 5%, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's 5%. Okay, like we like what we see here. Grand scheme of things, stuff's looking good, I gotta say. Now I'm gonna have to punch a hole in. No PoE 1? Absolutely not, Ewan. Come on now, PoE 1? This day and age? The season yesterday didn't even work. Put that in, put that in. Okay, so we get our ring. That ring up. And then let's give it like a little twirl in a pit 100 for now. Just to test the boundaries of what we can do. We go into pit 100. See, landslide is an earth skill. It's important because we need to be aware there, right? I've tried this, but I didn't notice higher damage. Maybe I need also this amulet. So the amulet plus the basilisk is the trick. Let me show you. So first we gotta stack up our good old here stacks of everything, right? Pull enemies together, and then we just hit him. So now we're just gonna have to move through with good movement speed, and just like, as you can see here, landslide, 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 landslide. Especially since we can pull everything together, really good. See, now the problem is we didn't have the cooldown overlapping, so we have to wait 7 seconds before we can actually meaningfully do something. So we really need to make sure that we get that cooldown always low. But it might be simply that my enemies are dying too quick to have the cooldown low, and or I just need more cooldown stats. Right, but honestly, from a damage standpoint, I am already seeing like very happy here. Need more movement speed, that's for sure. And we get the good movement speed from our storm up. That's working. Dun, 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 dun. Problem is that like our nature damage is pretty much for our cooldowns. So if we're not hitting them enough, right, we're not getting enough cooldown. Now we had the overlap, so that was perfect. Good to see. I'm currently following your Rogue Reign of Errors build, and when you're going to upgrade the Paragon board, what is there to upgrade, my friend? There's 210 points put in or so. After 210 points put in, the only thing you need to do furthermore is fill out the Paragon boards, make sure that all your glyphs have their maximum nodes that will boost them in range active, and then you are good to go. You don't need me to give you the rest of the 50, 60, 70 Paragon points to put in. You should be able to figure that out yourself, in all honesty. That has 100 billion already. I like that. And considering we just threw everything together, right? We overworked the Paragon boards. We're using glyphs that are not even legendary right now. This is coming together quite nicely. I did lose my Heart of Stone, though, so I didn't actually pay attention to that. Yeah, we're not really taking any damage. That's my favorite part right now. I mean, it's only a pit 100, but it's still like we're sitting at 40,000 HP. We have no damage reduction from our sets, so that's a bummer, because that would usually be a lot of bonus survival. Okay, yeah, if I run into enough enemies, we're good. So why are we playing this here over the storm build right now? Simple. I want to play something that's an earth build and not a storm build. Now, interestingly enough, you could still use the lightning storm for this build to actually make things even more powerful. Why? Because since we're running around with infinite resource, the lightning storm would allow us to keep the infinite resource resourcing, right? It's important. Drop the soap, yep. At the start of the dungeon. Slipped through my fingers. Okay, we currently don't have ferocity. Oh, because our storm is not giving us ferocity. See? Interesting. Okay, that's the boss. Oh, nice. So look at how he's getting absolutely smashed by those earth skills. That's great, honestly. That's funny. Right, especially because I can, like, my goal would be to just be able to stand, right, AFK, and just hold down the button. That's my ultimate goal for this, right? Just stand there and go like, don't, and smash him. Okay, cool. We like that. So now we have here this glyph, level 1, and we have this glyph, level 1, which is terrible. Good start. So, Jacob, you tried the Basilisk. Notice higher damage. I need also this amulet. So, come closer. The trick is that Basilisk is 117% increased damage. Additionally, Earth Skills Petrify. And this is the important part. Your Earth Skills will Petrify. You'll get a 130% increased crit chance. Okay? Then, Lockhorn's Talisman is reducing your crit chance by 50%. But it gives you 150% increased critical strike damage. That is a grandfather as an amulet. Right? I just get a grandfather as an amulet for free. That's insane. Think about it. Right? Just like that. Why would I not take a grandfather as an amulet? And this amulet is not even masterworked or has like a cooldown reduction on it or anything, right? So we can still temper this resource here and currently slam a cooldown reduction on if we want to. I mean, what we desperately need to find is like a is now a Lockhorn's Talisman and a Mjolnir ring preferable in Mythic to get the most out of. We also have to get rid of these rings because they're completely useless, right? So I'm playing the Unsung Aesthetic Wraps and they do nothing for us. So what I need to find is a pair of gloves here, preferable with a critical strike damage multiplier and attack speed, I'd say. Because more attack speed is always going to be welcome, since if I can smash out my abilities faster, then I can smash out my abilities faster. See, this glove here is critical strike damage multiplier. That's the really, really good start. So we can remove the core skill. Then life on hit is a defensive one, if I'm not mistaken. Good. Now we're going to add an offensive one, hopefully attack speed. That was attack speed. That's actually pretty good. Then we're going to add another one, which is poison damage, and we're going to add a core stat because I don't think we're going to add otherwise something. I'm going to focus reroll this. Now I could try to go for core skills or something, but that's actually fine. I'm going to keep the 9% attack speed, and we're going to reroll that poison damage into vulnerable damage. And just look at that. What a piece of amazing glovery this is. Especially with this amazing piece of glovery right now. We can masterwork for the critical strike damage bonus. The Resolve mechanic, I mean, Resolve mechanic is too good since you got Might of the Urzin. 17% damage for each stack of Resolve. I have 30 stacks of Resolve. Well, that's quite some damage for Might of the Urzin, right? It's like a bit too simple to not just harp on it. Piece of amazing glovery. Hey, sometimes you need to call it as it is. Okay, so we get this one. Then we need to exchange here. Refined scraps, ladies and gentlemen. That is another 500 forgotten souls, or 5,000 forgotten souls, sorry. And we're going to put the aspect on now. See, because we don't have a single aspect here, which is actually funny. And that means we've been missing out 65% damage. So that was a 300 billion already. But we don't even have the crushing aspect for that damage boost to Rooney, which is actually pretty good. What is this build? This build is a Seal of the Golden Epiphany, double unique charm, together with other shenanigans build. And I'm not even sure about the Respite and Dirk, so I need recommendations from you guys what we can play instead of the Respite and Dirk. Because right now I'm playing the Blood Mad Idol. I could technically play also the Seal of the Diamond Mind to make both of these have my 3 set bonuses, right? And then actually kick out the Blood Mad Idol and put even a 3rd set in if I wanted to. Right? But that's not worth it. I kind of want to use like 2 damage skills instead and just do with the 2. You get those seals? I've been playing way too much. Okay, Earth skill. So first we need to ramp. Ergo, we need to get our stacks of everything going. Then we just smash. This is going good. That one on again. Let's see how this like looks in higher tormenteers when like the enemies are surviving a bit longer. Without bonus attack speed, we're just having like things going on better. But I can see how the lightning storm would make this so much stronger. Because right now we're like not overlapping the storm enough. And I think the main reason for that is really the lightning storm. Because otherwise I would have to get like nigh perfect values on the cooldown reduction everywhere. But like this here, wow, they just died. What was that? Look at these just vanishing now. Hee. Oh, that's funny. You just see them like just go away. You know? Mm-hmm. Very good. You can reduce cooldown with lucky hit chance and boons. I do that, Jacob, but obviously, as you can see, it's not enough. I mean, it does do the job, but like we're still not at a good overlap yet. Right? Again, it has to do with like enemies dying a bit too quick. So if we're killing enemies too fast, then we might not get the overlap because we're just killing them too fast, which makes sense to a degree. I mean, imagine just killing your enemies a little bit too quick. I need to see the boss. I need to see the boss. To see the damage I can see. There's the boss. Okay. That everything activated. Dum. Oh, dum. Very good. Feels great so far. Get this to legendary. And then let's get outmatch also up. Because again, these are two like that are not working currently. Is the sword build coming? Well, we got to do the planner first. As soon as the planner is done, we can do the video. Tomorrow is going to be the Bart build video. Then we're going to have the sword build video 2 days down the line. I mean, it will happen. Don't worry. You know, it will always happen. We could play Iridius as a... I'm currently thinking about what do we want to play as a... potential charm. Definitely need this as a mythic. That would be the best what we could do. What do I feel against a Torment 10 boss? Maddie, you're in the vertical view. Yeah, you just joined the horizontal stream, Maddie. You joined the vertical stream. You know? Vertical stream, horizontal stream. So here, we activate this. Why are we doing this in Torment 4 first? Because I just want to see like how at Torment 10 first. Because I want to see how the damage is. Okay, that's overwhelming damage. Pretty good. My thing is, we need 28 resolve stacks, and we need our werebearer stacks too to like do maximum damage. That's a totem that we don't even need. It's a bit sad. And we're still picking up all of these items because I can fuck around with them and see what we can make out of this, right? So there's always a chance to like create something cool. I know I'm picking up too many items right now. It is what it is. Good morning. Can you believe I farmed all season for Mythic Seal and Torment 12, no luck? Yeah, I can believe that. It shouldn't happen, but I can totally believe that you have had troubles getting it because It's the reality of things. That actually getting mythics is not as easy as it should be. And that's bullshit, personally. Okay, let's take an amulet and turn it into a mythic. Hope. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that Spirit on skill is like really annoying to me. The poison damage multiplier is also useless, sadly, but that's 195% versus 135%, so that's actually pretty damn good. So I'm gonna keep the Spirit on kill, probably. Nah, Spirit on kill has to go. I hate it. And we're gonna roll it into cooldown reduction werebear skills for now. It's a good one. Now we can actually temper. I mean, we'd still have to temper maximum resolve on it, which is the crazy part, because that's like the thing. I need to temper maximum resolve on it, because if we're tempering anything else, that is usually like a huge damage loss, considering that Might of the Urzen is so much damage. There's a lucky hit. But again, not sure how we're supposed to get our cooldown as low as I want them to be. Okay, could you just give me that resolve stack in Greater Affixed? Hello? Goodness. I wanted to lose all my Temper Scrolls anyways, right, Chad? Temper Scrolls very overrated. You're Paragon 210 and you got 4 already. Yeah, it is bad out there. And I gotta say, it comes a bit down to the content you're actually doing, right? So that really determines if you're not going to find mythical seals. But you should be finding more mythical seals. We're gonna have the 4-2 werebear skills. Now what we need to do next is we need to upgrade rings. Why rings? Because I need a Might of the Urzen, another one. And I need a Mjolnir ring. Wow. Okay. Cool. So, that's... I mean... That's that. Ladies and gentlemen. That's that. I wasn't even looking for anything anyways, right? I'm ready to reroll our physical damage multiplier here into cooldown reduction, because I actually do need the cooldown reduction, right? So this is going to take me now all day long. The good thing is, as soon as I hit the cooldown reduction, it's instantly 8%, which is great once you think about it. That masturbate the thing. Well, that was, I mean, like, we just started this build this morning, and we're already sitting at all these items upgraded. That's actually pretty fucking rad, I'm not gonna lie. I'm quite pleased with what we got there.
Welcome to the Islands. What do you bring? Keep your treasures close.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's a nifty little damage boost. But it's great when things actually work together. What we still have to think about is, what else do we want to use instead of the Respite and Dirk? Because I feel like the Respite and Dirk is not it. It gives me more damage against isolated targets, which is obviously amazing. The Bloodmad Idol also gives me more damage, right? But it's just not enough. Lady, could you please come back? Thank you very much. I was thinking we could use Iridius. Temper cooldown. We got it. We got the cooldown. Don't worry. I'm trying to think, like, what other... What other unique is there on... Druid that could be any way useful for what we're doing, you know? Fake wall, Bannerlord's Talisman is not a bad idea. Because Bannerlord's Talisman does work. I do believe I'm also making overpower stacks somehow. So it's definitely not a terrible suggestion. Yeah, let's do a pit 110 with enemies that survive a bit longer. I need the Thunder God's blessing so badly for my druid. Doesn't make sense. I've upgraded like 40 unique rings to mythic. Shit's ridiculous. It is, because ring-wise, the chance is actually extremely low to get the Thunder Gods, which makes it the more ridiculous that I actually get my Mjolnir ring right now already. Oh, this feels like good damage. I like it. I mean, the best part about Druid would be if actually the Earth set on Druid would work, because right now the Earth set on Druid doesn't actually work, just as an FY, right? So we're still waiting for that to be fully functional. Pull everyone together. Don't forget to have Cataclysm up. I like how enemies are just permanently CC'd, because you're actually you're pulling them together, you're bouncing them around, and you're petrifying them. So you're doing them like really dirty in all things considered. Oh, that's a butcher? Where's he? Oh god, that was too much. Too much damage at the same time. See, this is where it gets interesting now to fix this issue, this imbalance. Why? Because we're currently sitting at the point where I have no damage reduction from the sets, right? Are you able to use 2 unique talismans? Because I have a mythical seal that allows for that. But again, I'm not sure if that is the way to go, or if we should rather go for this, because this would allow the double damage reduction to work, right? Problem is, if you use it like this, you would have to like put a 3rd set in, but there is no 3rd set that makes sense, right? Well, we could summon a bear companion, but that would like damage to companions, right? You could summon a... You could do Storm, but we don't use Storm for anything, so that also doesn't make sense, right? So what are you even going to use alternative? X-Files doesn't make any sense as well. Well, like this, we have like 2 damage bonus active, and then you could use the Berserk King here to make you tankier. It's the best off-meta rogue build. I mean, technically on rogue, you can actually play every single skill. Like, you can do Twisting Blades, you can do Dance of Knives, you can do Flurry, Piercing, Barrage, like, kind of everything works. I would hate it if I rely on the damage reduction of the sets. But I'd also have to like say that there might be a danger that that's a thing. So usually you would now use the 5-set bonus of the Earth set, right? But the Earth set is buggeroonied, so it has no 5-set bonus that we can make work. It's obviously a real huge problem. But Heavenly Strength, we played Glint's Anvil already. There's no space to actually play another one. Also, Heavenly Strength does actually not work on Druid. And now I'm going to blow your mind because it's dumb. So since we are a Druid, okay, and we are in bear form, we are in fact not wearing a 2-handed weapon. What? Yeah. Heavenly Strength doesn't work on Druid when you're in animal form. I know. What the fuck? But it is what it is. Imagine that being a bug and Blizzard not fixing it. And you just play Heavenly Strength because you obviously use a 200 weapon. It should obviously work. Don't understand the question, right? But no, it doesn't. Silly of you to assume so. Okay, this is going like really good, so. But it just, like, every build I do just shows again how silly Barbarian is. Because, like, considering that I'm wearing, like, 4 mythics here already, right? And I'm doing a pit 110 with an off-meta build of Earth. I mean, it shows the potential, though, of the build. Because if my set was working now, that would be insane. Like, the actual damage that we could produce. Let's wait for this to be active. Do, 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 do. The same as with the, what's it called again? With the... Boulder build. Like the real, like you're doing a lot of damage with all the earth damage you're doing, right? But unless you have your set bonus adding this on top, kind of missing. I mean, I'm happy with the output, so this is like really good. This is what I wanted to see. Put this here up. Thank you very much. Now we need to level these further to feel good. Companion only build for season 14. You can play the old companion build and it's still strong. That one hasn't changed. You absolutely can play the old companion build. Absolutely still strong. Okay. Throw me against a tier 12 boss. So we can see the damage against the tier 12 boss, right? I like the staff here. Just looks really cool. Everything I see on YouTube is Shred. Well, it's because Shred is obviously the best. And again, since the Earth set is bugged, like why even consider making an Earth build unless you're really an Earth build lover like me? I really like the Earth playstyle. I think it's the coolest one that Druid has. Like Storm is nice and dandy, don't get me wrong, but Earth just wins. Okay, so we're down to the same problem here as in every scenario. We need more cooldown for this character. Wonder what like a magic cooldown breakpoint is. I mean, obviously fighting her is probably the least optimal boss for this because she jumps around, right? And you're just trying to reduce your cooldown, and she just keeps like jumping from area to area. Oh, you're just trying to reduce your cooldown. Oh, we're playing the Gar rune here. Could probably replace that through Vex. Yeah. Okay, there's only 29 ranks on my landslide. Why so few? We got 3 nature magic damage skill. We got 2 shape-shifting, and you're shape-shifting as well. We got 4 to werewolf skills. The wrong one. Nature magic, and then these 2 obviously have nothing. So we're missing these 2 as possible with something on. It's gonna be harsh when you think about it. Oh, that's a lot of charms. Is hitting him 2 max 3 right mouse clicks and he dies? Well, Barb is overtuned in every single way and you know it's true. I mean, like, yeah, cooldown reduction on this ring would obviously go a long way, but there's already cooldown reduction on, so it would be, like, somewhat better for the Cataclysm. I mean, again, the real solution is right now that we're going to pull out 1, 2, 3, 4 points out of this, and you could go for Lightning Storm with Lightning Storm into Lightning Storm, and then you turn it into an aura. Because the thing is that since Lightning Storm is an aura, you just have it always up. That's a very interesting Lochran's Talisman for a human form build. Not gonna lie, still not what we're looking for in any way. So if you now have the Lightning Storm active, see, this is a lucky hit. Destroy them all. Then roll one of these. Wait, this is werewolf, right? Roll until we get like earth, core. Werebear skills. And Werebear skills is better than Werewolf skills, but it's still not what I'm looking for. Because +2 is not enough. Werebear skills. That's Linta is nature magic damage, so nature magic damage wins. Since this is like nature, right? This is nature, so just a +3. Come on now. Nature. Another Linta, really? Really? 2 times in a row? Not even funny, game. Did you hear the game laughing, ladies and gentlemen? By the way, I was planning on a video chat where we make a complete build from nothing to everything. I'm not sure what you think about that. So it really start like no item equipped and then like every single point, every single thing like step by step put in. Would that be interesting? Where we like pretty much talk about how to actually make a build. So it's not necessarily going to be a build guide. It's more like how to make a build, what you need to do to scale things, what you need to do to move things forward, where to start first, where to go next, and so on. Why is Barb so OP? Because Barb has 4 weapons, 4 more aspects, 2 more slots or 3 more slots for uniques and mythics. And Barb also single-handedly has some of the best uniques out there. That he can make use of. So, yeah. I mean, literally, you have wiggle room in your amulet slot. No other class has wiggle room in your amulet slot because you're always forced to do something specific with your amulet slot. Otherwise, your build will be shit. Right? Don't tell me I'm wrong. Bill, good morning. Good to see you there. Hope you're doing well. So we get this lightning storm now. And the basic idea behind the lightning storm is that you're gonna like start with a cataclysm to stack things up, right? And now I can activate the lightning storm bonus to get like bonus cooldown reduction, because that's like what the lightning storm does for us, right? The lightning storm is not as a damage with us. It's just literally like, hey, we're getting free stacks for what we're doing. And like this, we should be able to permanently keep the cataclysm up easy. See, now cataclysm is overlapping because of the lightning storm bonus cooldown, so I can actually pre-activate it before it runs out. So I finally have all my cooldowns running. Right? And now here it's again almost ran out. pretty good. And then we can activate it again. It's even properly run out. And keep like zooming, right? They're squishy until you do the Zelic build. We just recently did a barb that does not need Zelic to be tanky. So I reject your idea of barb being squishy. It's not. It's just that barb players are focusing on damage like absolute brain dead and then complain they're squishy. Don't get me wrong. But you, again, due to your aspect slots, you can easily just get super tanky. I mean, you can even put a defensive aspect on your amulet because you don't need an offensive aspect on your amulet. I mean, like, this is probably something that most barbs haven't thought about, but hey, what if you just put a defensive aspect on your amulet? Crazy idea, right? Because you don't actually require an offensive one because you have enough damage. So if you're squishy with barb, it's really just down to skill issue, I guess. I'm sorry. There's no excuse for barb's oppressiveness. And it's all like self-caused issues. I mean, even my Sorg is actually playing a defensive aspect on her amulet because it just makes me so much more tanky. But that's because my Sorg just has silly levels of damage and does not require me to play an offensive one there. But Sorg is not broken, as Barb is. That up front. So like now in a boss fight, we're actually reducing the cooldown meaningful enough. This was so much more damage. Dude, there's half a trillion. Nice. Okay, this is a good gainer of damage here right now. I like what I see here, chat. So this is a pretty good blast through. Okay, what do we got? Fang and Claw. Let's get Fang and Claw first. Why? Because Fang and Claw is actually like really cool. It gives like magic notes bonus, and the magic notes Fang and Claw is here. So we still need to put in some willpower to actually activate it. Didn't do. Here's willpower. Here. And we can take that. Nice. So this is like 15% increased damage, and it like makes these here damage while in werebear form and maximum life up. So that we're actually sitting here at a good value of maximum life, right? Like that. Heavenly Strength does not work on Druid, by the way. So yeah, we have a barb build. We already made the thumbnail, but the video's coming tomorrow. So sorry that we haven't put this out yet. So this is going to be here. This is the bleed barb, right here. Crossed out Celic, max speed. It's like, I consider this a budget build because honestly, my items are bad and I'm insane. So it's like the polar opposite to what you see on Rob's build, for example, where he's like, look at my grandfather with triple transfiguration on it. Lo and behold. And you're just like, nah, I mean, look at me. Just chill. Possible. Okay, we get the skill ranks now up to 34. That's a big difference. We also get Cataclysm up, which prolongs the duration. We get it overlapping with the Lightning Storm. That's nice. Now, what I would like to have is if I could actually get stacks of Ferocity. Currently, we got Storm skills, damage enemies, make enemies vulnerable. But we don't actually need this on my boots, right? We don't require this on my boots. Because the Storm skills make vulnerable is not needed. What we could get is like the Great Storms aspect, for example. Right? So we got here the grade. See, this is like 15% damage reduction and stacks of ferocity. So why not? Because stacks of ferocity is welcome since it's going to make me attack faster. And I'm sitting right now at attack speeds of 47.8, which is good. My spirit boons are giving us bonus to crit damage. We get damage reduction up here. Even though we could probably move this over to movement speed because we have enough damage reduction, right? But I guess, like, since we're not taking the bonuses, every piece of damage reduction is welcome. Thorn's Pally with 375 crit damage. 375 billion crit damage is pretty impressive, sir. Especially for Thorn's Paladin. See, now with the storms giving me the attack speed, now we're sitting finally at, oh yeah, this is what I've been looking for. Yes. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, that's quicker. Okay, this is what I like to see. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay. This is what we've been missing out on. Then we can deactivate the storm, reactivate the storm, so it's also striking me. Yeah. Okay, so attack speed does influence the storm and how quick the storm actually strikes. And since we now have so much attack speed, right? My storm is striking faster, which is reducing cooldown quicker. My earth skills are striking faster, which allows me to just, again, make sure that my thingy is always overlapping. And then we're just zooming through our enemies. Now, obviously, if we don't fight enemies, that's a bit unfortunate, because then we're going to wait for our cooldown to be there. And instantly freeze out, petrify all of you. Damn, I'm surprised how tanky we are still, despite like we're playing the Bloodmad Idol. What does the Bloodmad Idol do? Well, the Bloodmad Idol makes you squishy, makes us take 200% more damage, and yet I'm not feeling that. This is going swimmingly, ladies and gentlemen. Swimmingly, I say. Nice. Give me a boss, please. Boss, 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 boss. Banana phone, banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, banana phone. Okay, now, hold it down, hold it down. Yee. Okay, if I move my werebear skill ranks here to nature magic skill ranks, I think I would have a longer duration on the ulti, right? So that's like the crazy part. Like, so the longer I make the more ranks I get into that, the longer the ulti is going to be, the less problems we're gonna have with the overlap. Because right now we're here running around again, right? I'm just waiting for my skill to become active. I mean, technically we could play this also with a Ring of Starlit Skies to actually reduce the cost of everything, and then I like work with lucky hit chance for resource cost restoration. But I don't think I want to do that. What level pit? Oh, this is only pit 110, Mel. So it's nothing special yet. And I also don't know what to expect from this. I guess pit 120 is going to be easily possible, so I don't doubt that in the slightest. And then we'll just have to see where else this could go in all. Sir, I'm just handing in my things here. Brother bear. Can a man not take a chill pill, right? This is the storm snapshot, Wheezy. The storm snapshots on the damage multipliers you have, and the storm snapshots on the damage multipliers you have and the attack speed. Wow, that was long. I'm sorry. I am truly sorry. That was long. So we can hit shape-shifting skills or nature magic damage skills. That's actually 2 more than usual. So if you now have ferocity 4 stacks, that's then going to be able to give you 20% bonus attack speed, and that goes on the storm, right? So very useful. Especially if the storm then actually gets more lightning bolts per stack of ferocity. Shapeshifting skills. Insane, because it was 16.2 seconds. Now it's... No, actually, this one does not. Does it contribute to the cooldown? So 2029? I thought like it would actually contribute the cooldown, but it doesn't. Interesting. Now I feel stupid. Is 150 still the highest pit? Yes, but only bug builds can do 150. Lolato, greetings to the other side of the pond. Greetings to Australia. Hope you're doing well. Let's go into a nightmare, into a nightmare dungeon. Let's go into the Heltine. So yes, pit 150, but pit 150 is usually only possible with bug builds. Just watch Everything is Wrong with Diablo. Everything Wrong with Diablo video. Thank you. It was necessary to, like, I'm trying to make one of these per season where we just talk about everything that's still not yellow from the act in the game and that should be improved. See, my problem here right now is, see, like, I still have a too long cooldown to feasibly keep up with this, right? So now we're sitting here and it's still not amazing. So I don't like that. I feel like I need to get a helmet with cooldown reduction to really feel good. I can run around here. My thingy can be active, right? My storm can be active as well. But it's just not there. Especially when you're running around. Now, obviously, if I'm here in a set location, so I'm gonna put myself in the middle, right? I'm going to summon her. Put this on, that on, this on. I'm going to kill everything around me now. So the cooldown holds up for that. It's like even here with all the one hits and everything, we're pretty much still ending up with like then not having our cooldown. And that's just awkward as hell. I mean, damage is insane, so I'm really happy with that. We're Torment 12 Demon. So that does not have me worried the slightest. How many season caches do you need for 70? 8 to 9 should be. $143 with Necro 3 seasons ago, Mel. Mel, the problem is, so if you really want to get 150, and we're saying legit and not as a filthy, dirty cheater rogue. So look at these 145 druid finishers, okay? So what do you need to have? I mean, first and foremost, you need to have every unique and mythic. Then his weapon has 3 greater affixes, right? Plus, his weapon has a good transfigure. So you not only need to get a weapon with good greater affixes, you need a weapon to get with a good transfigure. Your offhand as well needs to have the good greater affixes and a good transfigure, which is 12.5 lightning damage, right? His pants, 15 quality. His boots, lightning damage. If you don't get the lightning damage here, you have to make a new pair of boots, a new pair of boots, a new pair of boots, a new pair of boots until you get that. His ring has bonus all stats that night. The amulet has currently 5 greater affixes. 5, you heard right. This ring does have jump strength on it, not so important, but also 2 greater affixes. His helmet has lightning damage as well, and his chest piece has lightning damage. Look at this. That's 12.5, 10.4. Then we got 12.5 and another 12 at 11.7. So around 50% bonus lightning damage from transfigures. Right? No, they don't get help from the Death Smellsmiths. I can 100% guarantee that. If you believe me or not, that's on you, obviously. But I can guarantee that there is no help from the developers. Those people are literally no-lifing. You'd be surprised how no-lifey people are in the leaderboards to get this. I mean, like, you have people that just get themselves 40 boots and then bam, 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 right? Like, they just hammer these boots until they're exactly the boots that they have been looking for. And if it's the last goddamn fucking thing they'll do. Okay, I need a Gaslan's Burst Ride right now. You know what we're going to do? We're going to try to get this shit here in Mythic. How about that? So we're going to go back to the Reaper again. Kick the Reaper's butt and then upgrade some helmets. Try to get Gathlon's Burst Ride in Mythic. It's not important that we get it in Mythic, but I kind of want it in Mythic. So we'll see. I mean, if you talk about streamers in not solo self-found, they're being fed by their community. So this is solo self-found. In solo self-found, you can't get help. This is what solo self-found is about. Like, it's impossible to get help there. There is no help. You have to do things alone. So actually, these guys here in solo self-found are crazy. They're really grinding that much. They're playing the game that much. Now, if you're looking at streamers and people in the normal leaderboard, they're either they're RMTing, so real money trading, or they're being fed by their community or conglomerate of Discord dudes that just funnel gear into them. Yes, absolutely. That is a fact and a half. There's nothing to like sugarcoat there. This is 100% what's happening. Now, that's why I also do play solo self-found, and when it comes down to the leaderboard, I only look at solo self-found, because solo self-found is actually the legit way to go about it. Like, if someone is strong in solo self-found, then you know he earned it. I mean, you know these people that are here, they fucking put in the repetitions, and you know that they did not do anything untowards to get there, right? This is all hard-earned. Which ring did we get there? We get ourselves a Court of the Wilds. Now, if I wanted to play a Companions build, right, I should. I mean, Mike, everyone knows that streamers are being fed by others. This is not a secret, right? Like, this is like, it is what it is. I mean, that's why, again, if I look at a build, if I look at someone playing, I look if they're in the solo self on leaderboards. That's what I personally, you know. If I see a good build here, for example, this dude, I know he's crazy. King Shipton, he's, for example, the guy that's been absolutely making a crazy apocalypse build. I know he's putting in the reps to, like, farm this up this crazy to really make it this good, right? To get then this amazing of an item. Einsburn actually get up here with Demonic Grass build. Damn, Einsburn, my respect. I wasn't sure if Tyranny's Grass would actually scale this high, but it did. You get a crazy, like, this is a crazy Hackathon's Chasm. Look, he transfigured all skills on it. Yep. You heard right, Chan. These people. Okay, so we got a... We not get a single unique helmet? I was hoping that we get a helmet so I can turn that. We don't have a single helmet. So, for example, I would now have to take my Basilisk, right, that we have here. I would have to transfigure it. Then check if I like that transfigure. It's 24 item quality, which is actually insane. Wow. I like that. And then I would have to take another Basilisk and then transfigure it again and transfigure it again and transfigure it, right, until I get something truly amazing. Now, luckily, I did get something truly amazing just the first roll because, like, I guess I'm truly lucky today. That reminds me, my pens have resolve. Okay, we get the good resistances. We get the good armor. We get the double damage, triple damage reduction, actually. Robert Showman, he's not a pro player. I mean, there are creators, few and far in between, that actually earned what they put together. So, for example, Nevermind in the Druid leaderboard, that man, he's just grinding his soul out. But as you say, Rob is a showman. This is no valuation. You don't, like, this is no me trying to shit on any creator, right, for what they're doing. Everyone is allowed to play what they want to play. I mean, if you like to play with others, why would you ever play solo self-found? Correct? And I don't play with others, so I play solo self-found because I really can't be bothered to, you know, team up. I just enjoy doing this all myself, and that's okay. Next season, Warlock will drop off. I mean, I hope that next season everything gets buffed. That there's not a single drop-off of anything. Because there's no reason why anything should drop off. My friend. Unless Blizzard wants to be a bunch of no-brainers again that are just not sure how to actually properly balance their computer games, right? Which wouldn't be the first time. So in my opinion, Season 15, I obviously would like to see a huge buff to underused skills, right? Because underused skills are not in a good position right now. My critical strike damage bonus is quite nifty. And then I have to see what else they're adding. I mean, I genuinely have zero idea what Season 15 could be. I mean, so far, Diablo has kept, like, really tight leash on that. Some people like to play with their favorite streamer. Yeah, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, I like to play with the community, too, in certain situations, right? Not always. But sometimes it's, like, really enjoyable to just play with others. I think that's cool. Cast Landslide leaves behind tectonic spikes that deal physical damage. Spawning landslide players within tectonic spike has a chance to spawn 2 instead. Can I make the Earthbreaker into a charm? Or can I not make the Earthbreaker into a charm? Actually, no. Can you make this not into a charm? Sad face. But Earthbreaker is good because it leaves like these tectonic spikes, right? Can you make the Mjolnir ring into a charm? You cannot make the Mjolnir ring into a charm. The only thing you can make into a charm is actually the Might of the Urzin. The problem is that the damage gain from Earthbreaker is not worth turning Urzin into a charm, right? So, first things first, chat. Let's upgrade this to Mythic. Godslayer. Gaslan's Birthright. 10% cooldown reduction. Are you kidding me? Cool. And this is the Birthright I've been looking for. Ladies and gentlemen. I mean, my current one has, like, what is it here? My current one has 3 greater affixes, which is actually powerful, right? It has Cyclone Armor, Willpower, maximum resolve stacks, but this one was like, hey, how about cooldown reduction? You're like, yeah, bruv. Sounds good. I'll take it. And that seemed a little bit illegal because 16% cooldown reduction now allows me that easy overlap, right? The 4 seconds that we're missing, we get now under control. I feel like that's not okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, like I thought we're gonna hit this right away. 5 resolve stacks. I wonder if the +1 resolve stack is really worth it. All things said being done. Do you need vulnerable damage? Yes, you need vulnerable damage. Preferable, you would have crit damage and vulnerable damage and mix these thingies together. Because having only crit damage multipliers is not useful. You need a healthy combination of each. Or you're just not going to do the possible damage that you could. Because, like, again, you have to imagine that getting maximum damage is like trying to make a box as big as possible. And the crit damage multipliers are additive with each other. They are not multiplicative with each other. So really getting then a vulnerable on top of that crit damage is something that you truly, truly, truly want. Now, obviously, I haven't gotten a lot of vulnerable damage ones, and that is terrible. So, for example, like if I could reroll this... I could have re-rolled the willpower into vulnerable damage. That might actually been good, but you can't have vulnerable damage on that item, so that's actually kind of sad. But I would like to get, I need a Urzin that, for example, has vulnerable, and I need to get a Mjolnir ring that also has vulnerable, but I don't think I'm going to get one of these, right? Anytime soon.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
But that obviously would be where a lot of damage could still be possible. So we get the Druid Earthen Bulwark, and we get the crit chance. But I don't think we need the crit chance. So what we could do is here, rune-wise, could get even more damage reduction if we wanted to. So this helmet, I cannot lose the cooldown reduction, so we actually have to transfigure this, and I hate it with this prism. That gives us 10 quality. I mean, 10 quality is 10 quality, to have or not to have. Now let's take our amulet here and transfigure with the Kulian. What are we looking for? I mean, realistically, there's an aspect called shifters, right? That gives us your form bonuses are increased by 80%, right? That would probably be nice. The interesting part is, since you're transfiguring here, okay, we're going to take the 22% damage reduction and the chance to get ferocity. And then we're just going to put the shifters on our pants here. Okay. Do another 110. We did that in 2 minutes before, but let's see if we are now with the recent changes quicker. Again, pick up the stone. Start yelling. Activate your stuff. Get some ferocity stacks. With the ferocity stacks, activate your lightning. Right? Then slam everything into smithereens here. Make sure that your storm just stays active. Reactivate your storm. I am trying to run past here and I cannot get past here. Did I just run into a wall the whole time? This is so weird. I feel like this was so weird. I kept like running into a wall. Or I'm just weird in general. Who knows? Okay, so now we got everything stacked up properly. Because both of our set bonuses are stackers, right? Need to be put together. As much as I kind of want to put away the lightning storm, because visually speaking, the lightning storm is like really annoying. I don't see how I could do that. Right? Like if I'm looking at my cooldown here without the storm, we're just not vibing good enough. Unless I'd have like night perfect rolls on everything. Lost my stone. Give me my stone back. Got our stone back. Rodrigo, you joined a vertical stream and you're complaining that the stream is vertical. What am I supposed to do? Call 911 to have you hospitalized? I mean, you know? Because you seem to have a certain bout of insanity. I'd like to kind of see this do trillions of damage, right? But if you now think about like my Earth set actually working, it would just be sick. I mean, this build here, I'm going to do next season definitely again. But just with the Earth skill working. Like this is pretty much for me like a big theory craft right now on how hard it's going to slap next season. Because when you think about it, right, we got this running and it's working well. But obviously, if the Earth set was fully functional, it would work even better. Okay, that's a 3-minute clearer Rooney. Hold down the button. Stun him. Nice. Okay, let me pick up my stupid charges, you dumb asses back here. God. Right, leave me alone. I just want to upgrade my glyph. Not that hard. Let me upgrade my glyph. We're throwing hands. You don't have unstoppable for moving through crowds. I have unstoppable. Here. So Earthen Bulwark grants overpower, and Earthen Bulwark makes you unstoppable, actually. Oops. Ignore that, or you have unstoppable. But we also don't really require it, so it's kind of fine. So that's the roar up for the bonus life. That is the bonus attack speed. So we're always fully attack speeded up. That makes me wonder, how much attack speed do we truly need? Because we get the attack speed here, 27%, right? We're sitting at 51.6. We get 40%, that's 90. 20 from ferocity. We don't need attack speed on my glove. That's a mistake. And we don't need attack speed on the ring. The ring came with attack speed, nothing to change about that. But we don't need attack speed on the glove then. That's something we can change, which is another damage multiplier then, right? We don't need it. But it's also, like, not the world-shattering different. So, is that? It's good to know. So we get unstoppable now. But we're still, like, despite having this, like, 16-8 cooldown, right? The 9 and the 14 cooldown. I'm not digging it. I feel like we don't have enough yet. I mean, we're down to 21.41 seconds, I guess. We get the Cataclysm make vulnerable. We get the Cataclysm extended. The Cataclysm being Earth skill, because that's actually important. 115. Have you seen the Screamheart build? This is based off his findings, my friend. Screamheart is the absolute druid guru. So what we're doing here is based on his findings with, you know, some twists and turns, some bonus added to it, different seals and other shenanigans. Because we could have played just like the seal now for damage reduction. So again, we could play the seal that reduces the amount of sets you need to get a set bonus by 1. So that you, with 2 pieces, already get a set bonus, right? However, that one is actually not really useful for this build. So we're instead playing is the one that we can use 3 unique charms, which actually allows you to play 2 unique charms. The biggest problem being, though, that we need a further good unique charm. Because right now we're playing the Respite and Dirk together with a Bloodmet Idol, and these are obviously working really fine. But again, I don't like the Respite and Dirk with the Bloodmet Idol. I mean, I like the Bloodmet Idol, but I don't like the Respite and Dirk because it only works when enemies are isolated. Now, the problem is that I'm actually pulling enemies regularly together. So that's kind of like, eh. And if we're then fighting a boss, it's obviously useful, but see, against like these two dudes are kissing each other, so it like doesn't do shit for me here right now. I think a companion build is viable. A companion build is definitely viable. I mean, like, if we're talking about Torment 10, everything is viable. Okay? So it might be that some builds just don't reach Torment 12. Even if we're talking about Torment 11, everything is viable. If you then want to do Torment 12 and you want to, for example, kill Mephisto, that's a bit different because obviously Mephisto is the Ultra Pinnacle challenge and you just don't get there with everything. As much as I would like every build to be viable to reach Torment 12 Mephisto, it's just not happening, right? For example, my Sork right now, my Lightning Sword could also do him, especially if I then pump her equipment further. But I wouldn't say that that's her purpose, right? Her purpose is not to kill Torment 12 Mephisto. Where there's just like specific builds to do that with, right? So I guess most builds I could get to exist in Torment 12 and feel like really good in Torment 12. And then some builds to obviously excel in Torment 12. But yeah, everything can definitely do Torment 10. Everything. Every single skill that you can imagine. If you're then happy with that, like, more power to you, right? Because you just have the opportunity to just enjoy exactly the skill you like. I mean, for example, I like Earth skills, right? I know my Earth skills won't reach Pit 140. Yeah, I know that, especially because the set is bugged, right? The set just stops functioning randomly. And the set in this one would actually be illegal, because the set currently says when you petrify opponents, then they soak up damage and explode, right? But with a Basilisk, you petrify enemies with your first hit. So that means from your very first hit on, enemies would be petrified and enemies would soak up damage to then explode, potentially, right? And that's actually insane when you think about it. So once that starts working, you're pretty much going to hit enemies, instant petrify, they instant start soaking up damage. We're doing billions into them. And then Kavams, they're exploding into like super trillions. And we're turning everything, every single dude into a ticking bomb. How far did you do Pit yesterday with the Sorg? I think we did 120, and that's it. Like, like, again, the Sorg was never meant to beat the Firewall Sorg pit pushing wise, right? It was just meant to be able to do something of similar reach, so at least 120. And then it's just like an absolute speed zoom farmer everywhere throughout the world. So I'm pretty much standing here and just holding down my button, Chan. Now, because we're tanky enough to do this, I can just be here. Me, myself, and I. Okay, put that up to 90 as well. Good. You use a companion. We have the wolves as a companion for the bonus attack speed. Way too good. This damage is low. Sir, Victor, I'm not sure if you're like missed the stream title, but it's called off meta builds, okay? So please don't look at the damage and compare it to something you see from the on meta builds. We're making things for the love of the game. Not to absolutely demolish everything. I hope that goes into your skull somehow. Now let's see with this cooldown. How is going into the Helltide? Right? That's important. How is going into the Helltide? Is there a good druid build that doesn't use Lightning Strike? Again, you don't have to use Lightning Strike for this build, but it makes no sense to not use Lightning Strike. I mean, we are using the Mjolnir Ring to have infinite resource, okay? And since we're using the Mjolnir Ring to have infinite resource, we can just activate the Lightning Storm because we have infinite resource. So it's not that, like, there are no builds that don't use Lightning Strike. It's just kind of like, why wouldn't you use it when it just, like, I have infinite resource, so it's a bonus source of damage, and yeah, there we go. I mean, even the companion build uses it because it's your easiest source of vulnerable. Because it says storm skills make enemies vulnerable. So if you then use it, then your storm skills will just make enemies vulnerable, right? So yeah, I mean, as much as I like to tell you that, you know, it's just too good. Someone had the butchers there, right? See, again, not cooldown overlap. It feels like this is bad in the open world, that we can't get the cooldown together to make this like feel very easily cohesive. I wonder if you would have to go for size talons instead of the critical strike damage to actually get yourself the enough lucky hit chance to really make it pop, right? I mean, obviously the biggest issue right now is that we have like another player here who's like farming away our minions so that we are not able to actually get the maximum amount of cooldown reduction, right? This is really like plays better in enemy dense environments, and if enemies are killing things, that's rather unfortunate for you. I just can't handle the lightning storm because it hurts my eyes. I mean, if you have enough cooldown reduction, you again don't require the lightning storm for this build, right? Now what I wonder is, could we cut out the Gatlin's Birthright? Okay. Which is 40% damage reduction to play a Crown of Lucian. Or does the Crown of Lucian not work with Landslide? Because when I go for this, then we get zero spirit cost, right? So I assume that Crown of Lucian just breaks and doesn't work, right? Does shield on health cause extra damage? What do you mean? Confusing question. Ask another question. What is the best way to get the barrier rune? I have over 100 hours of gameplay and haven't seen a single one. I mean, I'm going to say that's absolutely impossible. I have like 100 of them. However, if you really suck at getting those, which can happen, you should probably do the rune tributes. Lesser runes, most likely. You can also go into your Horadric cube and you can upcycle runes. So if you put in 5 magic runes and then amalgamation them, then 5 magic runes will become a rare rune. So I can take like my 5 yucks here, for example, and amalgamation them up to a Kel. Right? The blue over red health, that's barrier, sir. We'd use the Eom rune to technically reduce our cooldowns on and on. And then we could use Nagu to technically reduce cooldowns in a chunk. Because we do have 2 wolves. Right? That wouldn't be enough. Cast ultimate skill. You could use Sir for every 3 seconds to get 0.3 seconds. I wonder. Your skill's a numlock? No. I mean, my one skill is a... So, sorry. We're going to pick this up. We're going to cry. We're going to activate Hurricane. It's an aura. Then we're going to activate our ulti, and we have infinite mana. Right? Now I have infinite mana. Then we're going to activate our Storm, and our Storm is now active around us permanently. So there's no numlock. We just turn things into an aura just by existing, right? I don't have to numlock anything. It just happens like that. It's like how Lightning Storm essentially works. These dudes have Reprisal, the most annoying shit in the world. Still kill them or see if we can actually kill them before it causes problem. Because that's like the more interesting part. Can we actually win this against that dude? We could. Despite you having Reprisal, I am the chosen one. Should have technically killed me right away, but better. Yeah, our Storm is just an aura. Just automatic damage, and we just have to keep our other Storm up to just permanently have both Storms running. And then I'm just running around and holding down my right mouse button to slam people with my landslide. And it's like, landslide, 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 landslide. Technically the same setup here you could also do with Boulder. So we don't actually have to do this with landslide. If I now wanted to do Boulder, that is absolutely possible. And I would really like to use the new Boulder Dolmen Stone thingy. I actually wonder how much the damage would be with Boulder instead of landslide. That's a really good question. Let's finish this one and then just put in Boulder. Because they're essentially the same skills, right? They're both spear skills. They're both doing exactly the same thing. Oh, by the way, someone said Pony. We should use Bannerlord's Talisman instead of Rustbitten Dirk. I still like your idea, so we have to do that. Hmm. 30 stacks of resolve. 30 stacks of resolve. Do 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 do. Are you planning to play Grim Dawn's new expansion? I have never even played Grim Dawn's base game, so no. So now we run around again. Our cooldown is gonzo, so we're going to pick things together. It's really awkward when that happens, but I guess unavoidable. As long as they're enemies, we have the cooldown down. Oh, Butcher again. Now I wonder how much damage he actually deals. Because usually killing the Butcher is possible with many builds, right? But some builds will just struggle due to the nature of the Butcher. So for example, my minion Necro has a really hard time to deal with him. Because, well, the Butcher has an aura that actually buffs minions away. No, sounds silly, but that's literally what he does. Okay, 533 billion is the highest we've seen so far. Okay, we can stand AFK against the Butcher here, more or less, and then just bury it up and he can't kill us. It's actually really good. Like, I'm just holding down the button. Dun, 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 dun. You want to mingle and jingle? No problem. I am here. 600 billion. Let's go. 645 billion. Let's go. Like it. Okay, that's good. That's good. The advantage of, like, Landslide over Boulder is that Landslide can be spammed, while Boulder has a limit on how many boulders you can have up. I wonder if we can turn the Dolmen Stone into a charm. I don't think so, right? Have you seen the Dungeon FX Mythic Prankster or Treasure Breach? Treasure Breach exists. One of our community members had that. Mythic Prankster, I'm not sure if that actually does exist right now. Have we got... No. No, 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 no.
Back to it then.
So, instead of now going for landslide, you could also say, hey, what if we pull all of these out? Okay, Chad? And do the same exact thing, but with Boulder. Because Boulder is also amazing, right? And then you would make Boulder a werebear skill, and you would have Boulder rotate around you. Then Boulder gets also... chance, doesn't matter. And Boulder... should probably slow targets. See. So same in green. Activate everything. Get the storm online. And then rotate boulders around you. The good thing about Boulder is that you can kind of like zoom while you're doing it. Right? Because boulders can be cast while you're running. Put these up here. I'm just not sure if they're more damage than our landslide. It's kind of like hard to see that when you just do so many damage numbers that you have like no feeling for where's that actually coming from now. But I feel like the thing is true that I said before. That Boulder's biggest problem is there's actually not... like, I mean, once you have, like, all boulders up, they are up, right? So you can have 5 boulders rotating around you. And once all of these boulders are rotating around you, there's nothing more you can do. Right? They're then happening, pretty much. Makes sense. Mm-hmm. Yeah, damage is lower. At this point, the game is just a click simulator. I mean, just like with every ARPG, yes. ARPGs don't have the most exciting gameplay. They all become just click, boom, delete simulators down the line. Don't you play Necro? Big meme of life, I play everything. So if you maybe have seen the channel on YouTube, I'm almost an expert in every single build. That's Paladin. That's Summoner. That's Warlock. That's every single build. We got Rogue. Hit 130. Another Warlock. Druid. Necro. Barbarian tomorrow. Druid today. I mean, once you have enough expertise, you can just make everything. Because it's all kind of like the same and the same and the same and the same and the same. It's all about understanding how builds work and then making the most out of it, pretty much. Mm-hmm. And once you do, you're good to go. FPS drop? Yeah, let me fix that. Fix. Easy.
It is done.
Don't you worry, my friend. How much research do you do before planning a build? Patch notes, developer streams, what do you do? Everything glitched. I mean, I check out like the fellow Druid creators. I talk to one of my Druid creator friends. I look at different build guides throughout the internet. I look at my old build guides because I've done multiple Earth builds already. So for example, the Paragon board is a self-running thingy. It's super simple. You know what you have to do for the Paragon board because it's always the same kind of Paragon board when it comes down to specific elemental builds. And then you're just going to, like, you know this already, and then you get to find out what combination of items would actually help you improve a build. So for example, for this, it was the Basilisk, because they changed how the Basilisk works, right? Ocean. The Basilisk used to not petrify enemies instantly, and it used to not give you the amount of damage that it actually does right now. So that's obviously... Okay, let's just die here. That's obviously just completely crazy. This would probably be the end of my hardcore character. Great, teleport me into these guys. When I'm trying to teleport out because I forgot to put a skill properly in again. And you can't change in the pin. But rabies, I mean, rabies is great for leveling. And there was last season also a very potent rabies build. So what about rabies? It's good. I'm not sure how good it is in the end game. Again, Torment 10 viable, yeah. As everything is Torment 10 viable. Yeah, this does have the advantage of really being spammable. I can see that. Like, as much as I like my boulder, right? Over spamming the boulder does nothing. Now, they did technically fix the boulder necklace that you could over spam boulder. But the problem is, despite fixing that one, it's still not good, because it will explode a boulder, okay, when you over summon them. But that explodey boulder could end up like in your back and not actually on the opponent. It's a bit weird, right? How they made that. That virtually it's useless. Because imagine you have like 5 boulders rotating around you, okay? And then you cast the 6th boulder to explode the 5th boulder. And the 7th to explode the 6th, and so on, right? But every single time you explode a boulder, it's rotating around you and it's in your back. Right? Because that's the thing, they're rotating around you. That means like it's either in the front or in the back or on the sides. And if the boss is like in front of you, then, well, only the boulder that actually explodes in his face that is in front of you will kind of do damage to him. Unless you obviously give the boulder explosion like a meteorite-sized crater. Then we're fine. Otherwise, big no-no. Okay, we'll need to get our overpower stacks. We need to try out the Banished Lord's Talisman. Mädels, was los? Im Schrank? Auf der rechten Seite oben bei euch. Also wenn ihr oben hochgeht. Schrank, ganz auf der rechten Seite. Da, wo die Bettdecken und so drin sind. Da ist auch Ares Decke. Da habe ich sie auch gestern wieder reingestopft. Ihr müsst ein bisschen hochgucken, weil es ist im 3. Regal. Aber ihr solltet da hochkommen und sonst stellt euch auf den Stuhl drauf, okay? Okay. Dann. Lass die Tür auf. Lass die Tür auf, bitte. Dankeschön. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Any humans? They were looking for their baby blankets. Because, they have these baby blankets with their name on. And my 7-year-old got a reading chair now. Because she likes to read in the evening before going to bed. And we put like her baby blanket on top of that. So she can put that over her legs like a granny when she's reading books in the evening. And obviously other tiny human wanted to have her baby blanket now as well. Because that's unfair otherwise. Where you from? I'm German. From Germany. In Germany. Also still in Germany, right? I'm paying my tax. I'm doing my job. I'm doing my part. no Cyprus or whatever. Yeah, I know. I'm an idiot. That's it. For you in chat, what's the best Necro seminar build? I've been testing a few, but can't make up my mind. I mean, we posted one Mimo. That is, in my opinion, the best that you'll put together without going crazy. The best pit pushing version will be with the Signet of Pelgain and Azeroth. If you then have both of these in Mythic, right? That would be then the best pit pushing version, but for that you'd have to have both of these in Mythical. You're better off just getting a Bloodless Scream. Especially since Azeroth is broken with minions and it's just gonna feel like you're using something broken. Okay, deactivate that. So these two runes were not leveled before. It's nice. Now let's try out Banished Lord's Talisman we sent, right? Banished. So, Banished Lords is a 6er. Over the Respite and Dirk. Now, my problem is, it would only be 24% bonus damage. And that kind of stings. I need other suggestions, guys. I need other charm suggestions. I mean, I could technically work with an Azeroth if I find a source of freeze. But that seems like something I really, really don't want to do. I could use a Dirge of Iridia. This is like Storm Skills. Gives us that. Is there not one Earth skill related? What we have? Diablo filters. Azeroth with Thol. Yeah, I've been thinking about that one. It's like nothing really. Fury of the Wilds when you shapeshift. Heart of Asgard. That's also Fortified Lightbringers doing nothing with the Basilisks. Earth Spikes, randomly launched. Dolmen Stillness for Boulder. Kittle of the Blackwing. Autumnal Crown. Great Soul of the Crone. Nothing of this. Gathlands. Unsung, no. Waxing Gibbous, no. Insatiable Fury, absolutely not. Wild Heart Hunger. Mjolnir, Earthbreaker. I mean, only Earthbreaker would actually be worth it. I mean, Fractured Stone, technically. Can the Fractured Runestone... Can the Fractured Runestone be turned into a... I don't think so, right? I mean, that would be the most reasonable one, I guess. It can. They might try full minion build. Yes, we're playing a warrior mage minion build. Full minions. The thing is, you don't use a golem in a full minion build because the golem is only there to give you bonus attack speed. It's literally the job of the golem. Attack speed. Attack speed! More attack speed! Okay, we finally have the cooldown against a boss, Chad. Zurich complaining that the cooldown against the boss didn't feel good enough. Now we got it. I definitely want to try this with Azeroth as well because I like the idea of it. But I fear it wouldn't work against bosses, which is like shitty. A fractured runestone. It's a fractured runestone. Let's go. Okay, ladies and sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we get ourselves a fractured runestone. Technically, if you get a fractured runestone in Mythic, that's also quite some damage, right? I mean, this is 78%. I'll take it. Okay, fractured runestone can be turned into a charm. I am charmed. Enduring Faith, Lockrins, Expels. Okay, so this one gives us power reroll. Power reroll. Thank you. That would be 100% bonus damage with at least 4 stacks of overpower, and we gain 2 stacks of overpower every 10 seconds. So realistically, if I now use this instead of the Banished Lord's Talisman, and then I also on the tippity top swap my Bulwark over to give me overpower, then I always have stacks of overpower and I continuously have this on. Right? So let's check how that feels from a speed position, because that's like the question, right? Is this now faster than what we've been going through before, right? Will I notice like some bonus speed or not? We have 4 stacks of overpower going on pretty much permanently, because my Earthen Bulwark just permanently is up, right? Now the thing is, it should also not be less damage than Respite and Dirk, because usually my fear is that like your damage will drop compared to Respite and Dirk, but it actually can't drop compared to Respite and Dirk, because it's now 100% bonus damage as well, right? So you pretty much now have this 100% bonus damage permanently active, which is kind of like cool to see. Still pulling things together at the Kuda. So I want to try out the Thol rune. It's kind of like a cool thought to be like, hey, what if we freeze enemies and then we're going to explode them? Because technically we're hammering like a lot of damage into them. But it would kind of, so the thing is, with Azure Wrath, we would kind of like only mimic what we're anyways doing already. Right? With our set. So if we had the Earth set to work, that'd be insane. They're fixing Rogue next patch. I mean, they won't fix Rogue before Season 15. I'm actually not expecting a single patch anymore this season. Unless I missed an announcement. But yeah, there should be no more patches coming. Because everything is now Season 15, right? The PTR is around the corner. It wasn't announced yet, but probably in the next 2 weeks, we're going to get the PTR announcement. There's a patch on the 2807. Oh, did I miss it, Dexter? Did I miss an announcement somewhere? Did I miss a blue post? Please do tell me more. What did I miss? Oh. Devil, thank you for the 180 BDTDs. Devil. Thank you for 100 months of subscriptions, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. The man, the myth, the legend. Being here for a year for 2. Thank you, Devil. Appreciate it. Scorpion also, thank you for your support. Very kind gentleman. I'm not sure if we're now faster or not with this. I mean, it seems like equal in tempo, roughly, right? As with the Respite and Dirk, which is actually intriguing when you think about it, because the idea was that we're having like a permanent 100% damage bonus over like a damage bonus that only works against isolated enemies, and yet the tempo is roughly the same. I mean, it's slightly faster, I guess. Because we were like at 9 minutes something, and now we're sitting at an 11-minute clear. Okay, so it's actually over a minute faster. You know what, actually? How long have you been creating content? This is my 12th year of full-time streaming, sir. Now, what's your view count on Twitch? I have absolutely no clue right now. Okay, so damage numbers are the same in single target as with the other build. So that's already a W, Chad. Okay, good. I'm content. This is nice. That was the question, though. What if we change out one of the charms for... Azeroth? So which patch did I miss? Thank you, Dexter. I'll check it. Fixed an issue where Whisper Icon would obscure. Fixed an issue where Soul Eater while they're frozen. Fixed an issue where Death Toll Chamber is complete before Soul Eater is slain. Fixed an issue where allowed spawn monsters. Fixed an issue where skipping our objective. Fixed an issue. Okay, that's bug fixes. Then we get Rogue. Fix an issue where Rogue Dash could deal an incorrect amount of damage when using in the Shadow Play Varine. Fix an issue that could allow abilities to stop in front of hordes from starting. Well, I assume that this one is what's causing the Rogue super damage, right? Horadric Cube received from upgrade to craft. Fix an issue where Mythic. So this whole patch is pretty much just there to screw Rogue. I see. Imagine getting a whole patch dedicated to your class to just be like, how about fuck you? Okay, so we get the Azeroth instead of the Fractured Runestone. Because the damage that you actually get from Bloodmid Idol is more than the Fractured Runestone. If we play the... got the right Respite and Dirk on. Azeroth, so yeah. And then we need to full rune. But we need to cast the full rune as often as possible. Full needs 250. I mean, if I can only cast it every 3 seconds, that would be kind of weak, but it's what it is. So the idea is that we now freeze enemies and then they explode, right? So I spam here my skills, and enemies get frozen for my Frost Nova, and they explode like into big bada booms. It's technically the basic idea here. Problem being that I can only get my freeze every 3 seconds. Why only every 3 seconds? Because that's like how it works with this rune. But I gotta say, when the freeze happens, the enemy just instantly explode here. So see, like we have these, boom, they're dead. Let's see if it actually makes a faster run. The problem is, like, we really need to be at that very point in opponents, right? I guess, like, we should try to add a lucky hit chance to freeze if we really want to do this here. But if this should be a thing, if this should be like something we do more often, longer, then I do believe a lucky hit chance to freeze would be mandatory. Because we're doing like so much damage, like so many attacks, that then a lucky hit chance to freeze actually makes sense. Third skill. Frozen. See, like frozen. Now we hit them. Boom. There's a trillion damage. See that trillion damage hit here, there right now. That was then the freeze unfolding, and that since the trillion damage is a area hit, right? And we pull everyone together. It kind of like works so nicely with each other. Now, I just wonder if we can get it done versus the boss. Because, again, the problem with using this against the boss is if the boss isn't getting frozen on the final hit, it usually is that the Azeroth doesn't work. So again, if you stagger the boss, but you staggered him with a stun or a slow, then the boss is not frozen. Yeah, I know. Haha. But like it's just a bug right now. So this is like Azeroth will actually be better next season when that is fixed. For example, for minions it's the same. If I don't if my minions freeze him and I don't freeze the enemy, then he doesn't actually count as frozen, the boss, and the Azeroth doesn't work against him. Which makes minions actually weaker than they should be, because they could be stronger. If that would be working the way it should work. It's interesting, but I'm not sure if this right now leads to a faster pit. I guess it's better for longer pits, right? Like here at this stage, not really. Because like you have to also consider that we're losing 100% damage bonus for this, right? Now, there is a change that we could try out, chat. Okay. And that's 11 minutes, just like the other clear, roughly, right? We need to see if it now works against the boss how it should work, or if it's bugging against the boss, right? So there was a 15 trillion hit. That's nuts. So like here, obviously, when we have everything, so we have him frozen now. Okay. Whoa, what was that hit? Oh, that was the other enemy that was actually inside of him. I don't know. Did he take a big damage after getting unfrozen? I didn't pay attention, Chan. I mean, that was the fastest boss clear we've ever done, but I'm not sure if it was now the damage after unfrozen. Right? I mean, like, that worked? That worked? You ever try Necro again? We just recently posted a Necro build, sir. Torment 12, Super Summoner Necro. Okay, so the idea is I can use 3 Mythic Charms. So I could technically put off the Linta of the Den Mother, and this is going to lose us 120% bonus damage. Okay, so I could do this and just say, okay, what if 120% bonus damage is like whatever, right? What would we need that for? Let me quickly remove all of these. So we would lose 120% bonus damage, right? Here, up. And then we play our Fractured Runestone together with the Phoba and the Heru. Plus, we would make a third one that we can use. Then we would actually get the set bonus. Can't use that because it's a Phoba already. Come on, give me something. Werebear. Companion? Oh, damn. That would be great if we would be playing Companion. But we're not playing Companion. I got Storm skills 3 times in a row, then Raw skills, then Companion skills, then nothing. Werewolf is also useless. Come on, I'm just like... Okay, Linta, werebear skills. So, what happens now is you get the damage reduction bonus, okay? And we get the Runestone plus Azeroth plus Bloodmad Idol. Now, the thing is that actually leads to less damage but more defense, right? So let's see again with the freezing. Reactivate this, reactivate the cry. This one online. I really want to try this out with like a lucky hit chance to... Lucky hit chance to freeze. Charm attached to this. How well that will work. Just want to pick up my Heart of Stone. Thank you. So if the pit boss is surrounded by enemies, then I can obviously just use the cold explosions to be mean to him. That worked like a charm, that's out of question. I'm right now ranked 63 with 40 exploders above me. Doesn't that feel great when you know all the nerds above you are evil, Knievel cheaters? The worst part is that people just really don't care about exploits. I mean, you're going to post your ranking, so you like your top 10 ranking, and people are going to be like, what's the build guide? Because they literally don't want to think. They just see like your rank, and it's like, wow, that's impressive. You're number 1, you're number 5, you're number 10. I need the build guide. Like, it doesn't matter that the build is absolutely unachievable, that it's like probably using an exploit or not, right? And then the build guide is not even going to tell you the exploit, which is the fun part. So they're going to be like, yeah, I achieved all of this totally legit. And you can do so too. Just join my Telegram group. And by the way, don't forget to, you know, join my Telegram group. Also buy my phone. Golden plated. Have I said Telegram group yet, Chan? Telegram group. I could repeat it one more time. Okay, well, what do you like more? Do you like the Azeroth version more or the one without Azeroth? I kind of like the explosion of Azeroth, but it's kind of sad that we have to use it because usually, again, we wouldn't require this one. Right? I like to see those trillion damage explosions. They make me happy. What can I say? I'm a simple man. Give me big damage explosions and I'm all yours. And the good thing is, since we are currently using cast 3 skills to get your free Frost Nova, we can actually force this because I'm going to stop casting skills right now, correct? Walk into my enemies, then start casting skills, and I instantly get the Frost Nova. So as annoying it is to only get it every 3 seconds, I guess I can still make it work in my favor. Now what I wonder is if casting my core skills would be better, but realistically not, because if it was casting my core skills now, then I'd have to cast 10 core skills to get 1 Frost Nova. And I don't think that sounds feasible, right? I super deaded it. Super deaded it. Yeah, let's see the boss again, this time not surrounded by enemies, so we can... Okay, we're gonna freeze him here first time, right? Now we're gonna hit him hard. Does this now explode him? No, see, like here, the Azeroth didn't work, exactly. Now what I would have to do is, I would preferably have to get all these dudes together, then have the boss walk into these dudes, so I'm not gonna cast anything here right now, right? So you're gonna have all these dudes together. And like have the boss walk into these dudes, because if that actually works out, then you're gonna have like the explosion all. So like now we have these dudes, then we're gonna freeze them, and then we're gonna have these freeze explosions just hit him. Well, that doesn't seem like much of a feasible game plan to me. So the thing is, if now my Frost Nova would be the final piece that actually gets him frozen. Okay, so he's almost about to get stunned. And my Frost Nova is then the final hit that actually got him stunned. Then the Azeroth is working. Is this better than Wolf Druid? No, sir. This is absolutely not better than Wolf Druid. This is an off-meta fun build for people that like to play Earth stuff. And it's also quite tanky because I'm virtually undying. Okay. Let's remove the Azeroth. Keep the runestone. Put back in our shapeshifting and nature magic damage skills. Keep the double with the double. And then let's go for Torment 11. So I can scope out the damage a doodle we're doing. Maybe busting 130 already. I don't know what the seal setup has to do with busting or not busting 130, sir. Oh, this is like so greedy playing him with. Oh, I don't know if I have the movement speed to get out of here. I have. Okay. Oh. Almost thought he would get me there, Chan. Oh, wow, we just blasted him. That's funny. Okay, we skip that phase. Now we have our storm going. I mean, this is only Torment 11 Mephisto, so very important. Again, wouldn't use this build to try to kill a Torment 12 Mephisto. Oh no! I got hit, ladies and gentlemen. Mom, we don't have thingies. Give me a second shot. Need cooldown. Okay, I win. Please don't kill me. Yeah. I mean, that's relatively simple. for Torment 11. But as I said, like everything can kill Torment 11, right? But when it comes down to killing Torment 12, it's different. Still play PoE? Yes, PoE 2, not PoE 1. Well, I mean, I am quite pleased with this. I do need better items, though. So if you now wanted to really play this to make it better. Better gloves. Better ring. Better ring. And better amulet, because my amulet has a poison damage multiplier, right? That's what the fuck. I'm losing a poison damage multiplier. So my vulnerable damage, like my crit damage is nice, but my vulnerable damage is way too low. See, there's non-existent because we only have one single vuln damage multiplier. And that's actually really weak. I need more vuln damage multipliers to really get our damage up. I love, though, this item that we made. Look at this. This has a 24 item quality bonus. That's just crazy. I'm big love with the Basilisk Wit there. So, very cool. How would this build be stronger if this would work? So, this says petrified enemies absorb your damage dealt and will explode for 200% of the amount absorbed when petrify expires. Or if the absorbed life damage exceeds the target's remaining life. Last season, this would explode for 10 to 100 trillion damage. Now imagine this. Petrified enemies, correct? Petrified enemies. And we have our Basilisk that says, additionally, Earth skills petrify healthy enemies. So we would pretty much always petrify our opponents right away. And they would always take this damage soaked up and then boom, explode, right? So we get an Azeroth for free in this build. If we then had the set bonus. Which we sadly don't have. Seems crazy, isn't it? Good. Druid was an absolute wholesale success. I am super happy with this. So that Druid build worked out. Now, we had a second build that we wanted to do today. Because Druid was fun, but I wanted to mess around with another Warlock. And this one was a bit more fun Warlock that is actually also really good for pushing things. So my main Warlock is right now the Apocalypse Warlock, which is insane. That can do 1,000 trillion damage. Yes, Warlock is still crazy, Chan. Hasn't changed. But we have two things in the Warlock that I haven't actually been enjoying. So we needed to save. This is Override Apoc. So this is our Apocalypse, in case you've never seen it before. It is super fun. Let's actually see. I got Abyssal, Demonologist, Mastermind, Attrition, and Destruction. So we got Hellforge. Yeah, I don't have any of those. So let me quickly show you a little... Let's do a 110 for the chill here. Crit chance 0. Yeah, you don't need more crit chance on that build because you just get crit chance like... Why do you have an... Oh, yeah, I wanted to say... So in this build, compared to the Druid, right? You just explode the screen. This is like why you sometimes wonder why you're even playing other classes, right? When you can just explode the whole screen. Or even trying, Chad. See, Mom? No hand. And I don't even have the mythics for this build, right? The crazy part. Like, I don't even have the mythics. But you know what I have the mythics for? For something really questionable. Can you share items between solo self-found characters? Yes. Solo self-found says everything you solo self-found, including, well, all the things that you solo self-found on your other characters, right? It's pretty much you versus the game, but you versus the game with all your achievements. That's why I like solo self-found so much, because it really feels like that you earned every single piece of your success, and pieces of your success are not down to, you know, someone else. How come your HP never goes down? Because I constantly have the Veloch commanded. And in order to constantly have the Veloch commanded, you're going to be casting your Sigil skill. So you actually have the... you get the free cast on it. Now we get the boss, and that's like... 1! Oh, that's it. Yeah. And then you have the cast, and 1, he's gone. Excuse-moi. Apologies. Okay, what do I wanted to level? I need to level now. Destruction. Destruction. Need to level destruction. Yes. Oh, we already have destruction level. Damn. I'll be damned. Oh, do we have destruction? Why? No, here's destruction. Because what we want to play is something really fun and cool. Am I really stuck on my public spell? Can you maybe look? Because I'm stuck at tier 115. I mean, Jens, the reason you're stuck is probably not enough Paragon points. It's you don't have a mythical Moloch Speeding Flame. I am playing Harlequin Crest. However, you could play this also with Godslayer Crown / Crown of Lucian. Both are possible. You want to have the Hands of the Worldbreaker with then fire damage, crit damage, or vuln damage. Rings also crit damage, vuln damage, vuln damage, right? But like all of my items don't actually have greater affixes, so that's really important, right? Your all speeding flame needs to be good. Your main weapon, crit damage multiplier. You need to have your affixes good. So there's a lot of things that matter, like in terms of how much you're going to do and how you're not stuck at 115. Also, getting more ranks to Hellfire skills, really big point, right? If your set does not have rings to Hellfire skills, that's going to cost you. I mean, my skill is currently sitting at 54 skill ranks. Also, if you haven't watched the video on this build yet, I highly recommend, because we break everything down there. Really, really simple. I mean, am I trying to bait you into watching my video? Absolutely. Is my video full of good knowledge? Absolutely too. So kind of like super baited, but at the same time, it's a valid bait, right? Yeah, like this is a pit 115 clear in roughly 2 minutes. This is not the actual build that I wanted to show you right now. We want to make the Sentinel build, because I haven't actually made the Sentinel build yet. See, now we lost HP for casting because we didn't have our command Veloch active. So that is then going to hurt. See, like right now, I'm losing my life for casting, as you said before. So I gotta quickly wait for this to be active. Then we get it active again. Now we can advance our cast of our sigil, and as you see, I'm just going to keep the Veloch here up to date. We have this going. All my resource recovers, and then I'll just have it back again. Okay, there it is again. It's all about like casting sigil and then advancing the nameless glyph quick in a row, so you can pretty much use it multiple times. For the hard part to figure out about this build. And a lot of people don't also know that like the nameless does actually give you this free cast, right? Which is then causing you to be able to spam your skills. Oh, that's 117 trillion. Oops. I might have overdone it there a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. That brings destruction all the way up. Just in 2 pits, like, really quickly. Oh, you play Mythic Hemid Stone? Yeah, that's your mistake. That's your mistake. Okay, listen, Jens. This amulet is giving me 39% more damage per stack of skill with volatility. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's almost 200% bonus damage. And this gets followed up by also boosting my main stat. My main stat goes from 2,000 to 3,500. And since my main stat goes up that far, we are actually going... we're getting like 100% all damage multiplier on top. And that's where things just completely get out of control, right? So like here, I'm using my skills, right? We have everything empowered by volatility always. That is 200% damage bonus. Then my main stat here is going to 3,500, as I said before, right? And that's an all stat multiplier, an all damage multiplier. And alone that is like, the amulet is giving me like 300% bonus damage. Your Hemid Stone does not do that. The Hemid Stone is old news from last season. So this is what people played on the old version of the build. But since then, the build has evolved and there are better ways to play Apocalypse. So this is all about like just evolving with the updates, because there were updates and the updates significantly change how you actually have to play this build, right? And what you look out for, like bonus attack speed, for example, because attack speed is king for Apocalypse, surprisingly. A lot of people might not believe this because, hey, I'm throwing an ultimate. How important can attack speed be? But considering that attack speed kind of determines how often you can throw your ultimate, because attack speed is down to how fast you put down the chains and explode something. That's that, right? Why are there the 3 thingies above your skill? Because that is how I am able to stack my Sigil of Subversion. You can stack 3 Sigils of Subversion. This is not the Sigil of Chaos. This is the Sigil of Subversion. It is the one that gives me bonus movement speed. We're kind of using this to move a bit faster through areas. Very useful. So obviously you don't want to have like only a boomy build, but the build gotta also be zoomy, right? Only one of those two would be sad. This is probably my proudest creation this season, because it's just like, it's very powerful, it's super strong, and it's super fun to play, right? And as you notice, it's also quite tanky. And now we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, poof. Half his HP gone, and other half gone. Let's kill him. So where can I put my stone? Stone? Now we need also Abyssal, Arcfiend, Attrition. Abyssal. We can do Abyssal because that is for Abyss skills. What do you do reaching this level at game? Just keep pushing higher pits. You just make more classes, Jake. I mean, like, so if you, let's say you're just a normal citizen of this country and you just want to play this season, then technically after beating this season leaderboard here, like right after getting all of this done, you're done. That's it. There's nothing else to do. You're done. Congratulations. Why do anything further? You could also try to get deeper in the pit and see how far can you actually make it in the leaderboard, right? I made it here to 125 just for the YOLOs. I could go deeper, but I really don't care because the deeper is no fun, right? It's just really no fun. you could just farm for the sake of farming, or you could make more characters and more builds, because I'll be honest with you, the real fun in Diablo is all the kind of different builds you can make. And for me, the real fun is to make builds work, right? Because making builds work is the super juice. It's where I just enjoy myself the most. So this is all now my Apocalypse build, right? But we actually want to play a different build. What we're going to do right now here is we're going to refund it all. So what we're going to do is a build that is called Profane Sentinel. And what is this build doing? It is using the Profane Sentinel skill here. And we did a boss killer version with this last. But they actually buffed Profane Sentinel. So it's now not only a boss killer, it's also good for killing the whole pit, actually. Right? Now, I'm not entirely sure if I want the super area beams. They're more fun. And then we're going to do multiple sentinels. Actually, really, really good. We could use our abyssal pit to pull things together, but I'm not entirely sure if I want to mess around with that. We're going to have our nether step to jump us around. That's good. And then we're going to bring our summons with us so that we can then jump and bump and like summon them with us. And we'll need to use the Blazing Scream to actually keep summoning stuff. We're probably going to reduce the cost. Sounds a bit weird, but we're going to have to do that. Ultimate-wise, we are going for a cool one because this is Metamorphosis, but it's Metamorphosis in the Shadow version. So here, Metamorphosis becomes an Abyss skill that does not replace any skills and lasts for 24 seconds. Metamorphosis grants 4 Shadow form stacks every second, and Abyss skills do not break stealth. So you're pretty much always in the Shadow Demon form. Shadow Demon form. You got Scream. We got this. We get the Sentinel. And then we're going to think about what kind of sigil we want to play. I mean, probably Sigil of Summoning. Yeah. Have to see. And Command Valach needs to actually be Command Lalich. Because Lalich is your dude. We can use Grandfather in this build. Yes, but not in what we're doing, probably. So this is going to summon Lalich, Summoning Circle, and then you're just going to unleash your Profane Sentinels. The goal is to make as many Sentinels as possible, because they... Ja? Nein, warum? So the goal is that we would be in our Metamorphosis form, right? And we would be able to like get these Blazing Screams out, and then we would be summoning like many of these. But we need more dominance for this. And that's like the problem right now. We don't have enough dominance. So we need to change our whole Paragon boards to actually have more dominance. Because there is actually a Paragon board that does give dominance, right? So this is something we haven't had before now. I think we're going to put Destruction in here. So this is more damage per willpower. Ergo, the more willpower we get, the better it is. I can obviously overdo this. Then we get the board called Dominion. And Dominion says spending dominance to summon a demon reduces the wrath cost, which is really, really cool because it's going to allow us to actually spam use our skills. We want to go in to use Abyssal. Abyssal is also willpower related. Means we go over the right side, but we do recast damage, so we can actually take these. All right, willpower. Abyssal. Abyssal is reaching like all the way there and actually one further as well. And in this board, we get dominance and maximum dominance. And then we get dominance and maximum dominance. So this is needed. Yeah, I guess I'm fine with that. This brings us into the Ritualism and the Greater Hex board. Ritualism says you gain increased damage when you use a sigil, so that's simple. And since Ritualism is a... What is it a for board? It's a willpower board. And we need willpower. We can actually take this and then move from the side. I hate how this looks, by the way. It's so upsetting. It is so upsetting. I don't know if we actually go for overpower stacks. That's a very good question. So this is... What is it called? A demonologist. Do we have demonologist level? Do we not? Yeah. And since we're using Hex bonus damage, this can actually work. Okay. Oh, that looks better. I hated how it looked before. Yeah, I'm German. I'm German. Hi. Surprise. Überraschung. Überraschung. Überraschung? Greater Hex. That Greater Hex mod is kind of ass because moving in this one is just shit. I hate it. This is probably like the most frustrating board in the whole game. In the way how you have to like get into this and get out of this. But since we're using willpower based skills, I guess we could go over this side here. Then abyss damage, yeah. That's just damage. So we are putting abyss. I don't have this one. Oh god, no, chat. We don't have... No, actually, mastermind. We have mastermind. Mastermind. Do we not have mastermind leveled up? Yeah, mastermind. I mean, it just works right now, but we gotta be a bit smarter about it. So I think this one can be activated. And then you do this here. And since we're here... Actually, that is one... That's 3, 5. And that is 4. I know it's only 1 point, but 1 point is 1 point, Chan. Right? Take it or leave it. So now we can have Fathomless for each demon summon. We get bonus, right? Or we could use Demonic Spicules. Demonic Spicules says, damaging enemies with demonology skills shreds their soul. I think this is more damage, especially because this is... My cooldown doesn't do anything. Do we get... We get crit chance. It's also a big willpower stacker, so that's probably like the best part about this, that you get like a big willpower if you wanted to. No. Let's turn this different. We're gonna go in from here. This allows us then to go for... And then I can go through here to activate this. Now, the only thing I need to do is I need to save some points here that I just willy-nilly spend, right? Because we just spend too many. And then we can put in attrition. And in order to activate it, we would only have to take these 2 intelligence nodes. And that's it. Right? What happens right now is, again, demon form, summoning, circle up, Lalich, and then do. See, now you have 3 of these, and now I can jump around, and I can take these with me, and whenever I jump with me, these sentinels are all coming out. Now, the problem is that these sentinels, like my dominance is not regenerating fast enough, right? My dominance regeneration is shit. So how do we improve our dominance regeneration? We need Horizon's Chains. Because Horizon's Chains, very good. So what we're going to do is we're going to Hellfire, Occult. Wait, you are a Occult Demonology skill. So we need this here with Occult, Demonology skill ranks. Wait, let's get them all out. Demonology skill ranks. See, this works for us really well. Except that the 3 is not needed. There's actually 4 ranks to Demonology skills. That's amazing. Then we need the chains here. This is Demonology skills, and I should have more of these, hopefully. Oh, don't tell me I didn't keep them. I didn't keep them, Chad. Oh, that's frustrating. There's an easy way to farm this. Also, what we need is a ring. And the ring is called Seal of the Offenen. And I actually, like, the only reason I am here now is because I kept that. Look at this. So this is vulnerable damage, ranks to Profane Sentinel, 351% more damage. That's like the biggest what the fuck in the what the fuckery, right? Why the fuckity fuck do you have this like that? I mean, we're gonna re-roll the armor now into like critical strike damage multiplier, right? Then we're gonna kick out Hex increases crit. We could actually keep the Hex increases crit chance. Yeah. And then we're gonna put on the critical strike damage. My first upgraded. Our ranks to Profane Sentinel is probably not worth it. Like, hitting the crit damage multiplier is probably better. Okay. And then we can also temper on the crit damage. So, can you maybe link your build? Because I have a lot wrong with my Apocalypse build. Sir, if you go on the YouTube. Okay. Hi. You got yourself here. This is called the 100 Trillion Comeback. Okay. That's the Apocalypse build. Okay, so with this bad boy equipped here, actually jump into a Torment 10. Just to see how devastating this would currently be from a damage perspective. Because I don't have everything that I need for this build yet. I just want to see what happens, right? So we're gonna... Oh. I didn't summon enough. Didn't summon enough lasers, chat. I made a mistake. Yeah. So like without the aspects, without the set, without anything, this is not enough. Far from not enough. So it's not doing anything yet. Please kill me, lady. But the problem is without the Horizon's chain stats, you're missing out on Veloc gives you 50% increased dominance regeneration. And since these cost only 10 dominance or 8 as soon as I'm in my mode here, you get like so many of this. Like once you actually have this all going on, right, then it's kind of valid. Until then, though, we're waiting. So I hope she can actually kill me, because it doesn't look like that she can actually kill me. Finally. And then we need to get ourselves sealed. And the easiest way to get sealed is just kill her. Right? By the way, we're also going to do a Inferno Breath build, because I kind of like the idea of it. I'm not sure if it will turn out good or not, but we'll have to see. Oh, wait. We're also running around with Hands of the Worldbreaker right now. Why would we do that, Chan? The Hands of the Worldbreaker are just useless, right? Yikes. We need the keys from our druid. Keys. Doo-doo. Okay, first and foremost, that one needs to get back in here. Then I need your keys. Give me your keys. Oh, and also all the Horadric cube mats. All the Horadric cube mats is always important. You definitely do my favorite builds. Love the off-meta builds. I mean, off-meta builds has been one of the more interesting series right now. Because let's be fair, making meta builds is fun. Because they're strong. But making meta builds is not really creative. Because the meta builds are usually the same. I don't need to use my brain to make meta builds, right? But making off-meta skills work. That's a challenge. A very good, interesting challenge. So what we're going to have to do is now save, rename this into the blah blob, right? And then we're going to equip the APOC quickly. Make sure that these are all stored safely away, that we don't accidentally destroy them. This is why also, like, again, sorry, I completely missed your answers, chat. Apologies on my side. I already asked you this, but would you enjoy a video where we go over how to make a build? So, like, literally not a single skill point is put in, and I'm going to walk you through the mythology how to make a build. Like, step 1, choose the skill, right? Which skill are you going to use? Which version are you going to use? Then, step 2, what uniques are you going to take? Where do you get these uniques from? Then, what set are you going to do? Like, literally a complete rundown on how to actually make a build for the people that enjoy making builds themselves. Also, like, obviously knowing every step of how to make a build will make you a better player regardless, because you will just understand build making better. Right? Since I want to make a really cool build, it is a Blazing Scream build, but I know that the Blazing Scream build is probably not going to go higher than Torment 10. However, like, making this build is just going to make for an interesting video, for a case study, right? On how to make builds and how to scale builds, essentially. Okay, this is currently still Apocalypse. Spam your chains. Boom, that's 1 or her HPs. Then spam your chains, 2 HPs. And now final boom. So we need Horizon's Chains. Now ASAP. Set charms. I mean, worst best case scenario, I'd get some cool stuff as well, right? Who knows? 1 Kaboomy, 2 Kabloomy, and 3 Kabloomy. Oh, you make me do 4 Kabloomies. I don't like that. Just play Barb? I mean, if you want to just play Barb, that's totally up to you. But suggesting people to just play Barb because it's strong is like just literally tone deaf of people that are trying to have fun. Because I like my Barb. My Barb is powerful. My Barb is at the same time one of the most boring characters to play and build. Because yes, he's powerful. But I also need this much effort to build a good Barb. Right? There's no friction. There's no challenge. There's no, how do I solve this in the build? There's just like overwhelming power. And there's nothing wrong with overwhelming power per se, apart from everything that's wrong with overwhelming power. Oh, hello, Mr. Harlequin Cresto. What a pleasure to see you there. Let's actually pick up all the gloves here. Ring, ring, ring. Banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Banana phone. Reminds me, I need also the amulet. Yeah. And then we need to kick this out and that out. Okay. The floor things kill you. I don't see them. So as a tip, if you die to floor things on APOC Warlock, just make it tankier. Now that sounds like really stupid. What the fuck do you mean just make it tankier? Just make it tankier. No one keeps you from like actually making the build just tankier, because that's what I did. I just made the build tankier to exactly fix that problem of randomly dying to ground effects, right? Just make it tankier. Or are we keeping all these items? Because I'm going to transmute them into mythics in a second. Okay, so we got our Horizon's Chains, but we also need some moolah. So, thank you for the money. And we need to pull you out. Demonology skills, yeah, we had you. We had you with... Where was it? Demonology and Demonology. One came out. And we're gonna roll a bit now. So I think we can do Demonology or Abyss, right? I mean, Demonology is obviously better because it hits everything. But worst case scenario, it's just going to be Abyss. Shit. That's some lore. That's some lore. But at least we have 2 possible rolls, so that's making me somewhat happy. That's another Mlore. Are you kidding me? They just get 2 Mlores with a... Thoughts on the new Grim Dawn expansion? I never played Grim Dawn in my whole life. So my head is empty. Ow, could you not just give me? Wow. Okay, brother man. Linda with demonology skills. Okay, we also need the seal of the diamond Aminda here. Where did I put the seal? This is, yeah. Are we playing this? Because it allows me to go for 10% more damage per greater demon, movement speed, Lalish, increased dominance generation, gain damage reduction for each soul shard demon, gain all soul shard demon and deal increased damage, right? All soul shard skills costs are reduced. By the way, before I put that on, I should have equipped the other set to actually then put them properly on. So I can then save it over. Okay, let's see. I need a... Wait. Amulet. Mythic. If I'm not mistaken, I have a Hemid Stone, but we don't want a Hemid Stone. We want a... Figgity fuck. I thought I had it. It's a bit sad. Let's see if we can get one. Damn. Not bad. Thank you. This is what we're looking for. Not with maximum life. This is what we want because your demonology skills deal 0.97 increased damage per Wrath you have and take 0.32% reduced damage per dominance you have, right? So we got like dominance, but we always put that empty. But it's, if we now Wrath stack, if we now get more Wrath, right? That's quite simple. That's like a lot because it's 167% more damage just from the amulet, right? So we have the maximum resource on it, which I actually thought was a bad roll. But we can actually keep the maximum resource and just re-roll the maximum life into a crit damage multiplier. Boom. Look at that. So we are actually getting the best of all worlds just from this amulet. It's kind of funny. Now, the problem is that we might be forced to temper maximum life on. I'm not entirely sure if that is the case. We're going to have to see. Because that's usually where it goes for Warlock, right? Okay, so that's 35 max resource. What's better? 35 per max resource is another 15% damage multiplier, while critical strike damage gives also another 15%. So I guess this is somewhat fine, right? Yeah. Okay, what we need to do now is we get our ring. Our ring is already banana phoned up fully, so this is 160% damage. This is the damage. Our sword is completely useless. Now, the problem is that this is the only sword I have that does what it does. So I kind of don't want to, I just want to change the aspect on it. And the aspect you're actually going for is quite an interesting one because it's brutal. Brutal is a bit weird. It says you gain 183% of your attack speed as increased damage, but no longer attack faster. So we are currently sitting at a 56.1% attack speed bonus, right? And the more attack speed you have, the better it is. So this is now going to lead then to 205% bonus damage, which is actually quite nice. Okay, now we're going to decide which skills to actually use, because we need to get as many summons as possible with us. So right now we have a Blazing Scream summon that will be active for 5 seconds, which is actually a bit short, but it is what it is. You could turn your Infernal Breath also into a... Infernal Breath is a summon, yeah. Infernal Breath becomes an Abyss recast skill and summons a larger demon for 15 seconds that executes hexed enemies. I think, does this cost dominance if I actually summon it? If you use the Grasp, becomes an Abyss recast summon skill and Abyssal Pit for 10 seconds. Or we make it cost 20 dominance. I'm wondering, we got Demon Form, we get the Sigil, we need to replace this one, because this one we're getting for free right now. This one is up for 10 seconds. You know what? I'm going to take the breath because it's up longer. It's literally up longer. That's my main reason. Deals increased damage. Yep. Okay, let's see. Now go into a pit 100. I don't think we have it yet because we still have the wrong thingy and our chest piece is questionable, right? But I just want to see where we are with this. I'm an impatient person. Okay, summon Lalish, get that one, get all the demons, right? Then we go into demon form. We summon all our profane sentinels. Oh, look, now they're doing the billions of damage, chat. So you can have them laser out. They're here. I need something to pull enemies together. They do insane damage, but we need more crit because our crit chance is currently at 9%. That wouldn't work. But now we're doing more white damage than anything else, right? Hey, I could use them already, so they are like lasering, right? And they laser quite significant. The goal is pretty much to just have like all your demons up, right? And the more of these cool sentinels you have, the better. But it gotta become vastly smoother to feel good. I mean, their damage is nice. Like, I'm not gonna lie, right? They do amazing damage, but it's not where I want this to be. It's mainly because like your Wrath generation is just ass. And you see like we have 5 of these active right now, so you can have like quite an army of them, and they teleport with you every single time I go for a dash, right? They teleport with you. Jacob, is the druid finished? As far as we can put him today, yes. Because we need to get this one here, the Profane Sentinel build, also underway, that we can then like, you know, because we need it for both. Oh, now I know where you're trying to play the Nameless Rhine. So you could get the free cast happening. That would only work on occult skills anyways. Come on, do them dirty. The saddest part about the whole Warlock is now, Chad, that you have this cool thing here called Dominance, right? And it allows you to summon cool enemies like your eye beamers, right? But you actually have no way of meaningful restoring your resource. Because right now, sure, we have like some of these up, right? But you notice how my dominance is always empty. There's literally no way to actually like have a dominance spammy build, right? You can just do your utmost best to keep this up, but you can't really make like a cool full dominance build thingy where you just use your dominance. Actually sad. Now, like, we have our all our dudes summoned. our whole Profane Sentinel gang. And see, like, they're just butchering him. But obviously, we need to get all these here now leveled up. As you can see, they're not leveled. So if you wonder where's the damage boss, well, the damage is not available because we need to get all these glyphides here to a level where they matter. Okay, so we already got, like, key items mythic up, so that's a nice thingy for me. We had gloves. Upgrade to mythics. Fists of Fate. Yes! Yes, ladies and gentlemen! This is what I wanted to see. Why Fists of Fate? Because they do actually work really nicely for what we're doing there, right? Well, the only problem is that lucky hit chance, but we can re-roll the resource cost reduction into a shadow damage multiplier, for example. These two dudes are actually doing shadow damage. Vulnerable damage would obviously be better, but who knows if I'm going to see that anytime soon. You would think, like, vulnerable damage is, like, really easy to get, right? Right? But it's actually not. So that glove is obviously better than anything we have right now because we literally have nothing, if you think about it. The biggest problem is that we go for all of this critical strike damage, but we don't have any critical strike chance. Right? So how am I now supposed to get, like, enough critical strike chance to make this work? That's the big question. Right? When we get this ring that has 20 attack speed, that's nice. But we pretty much need attack speed and we need critical strike chance. Right, so I need to take this one here and would have to re-roll the attack speed into critical strike chance. Or we're going to take critical strike. Critical strike chance and attack speed. Have attack speed. I'm an attack speed ring. You could try to work around with that. Thing is that attack speed is just so much more profiting from being a greater affix than crit chance. Right? Crit chance does really not profit well from this. Okay, so we get attack speed. Then I would need crit chance. Thank you. I would need critical strike damage. That willpower, we can focus reroll in something else. I mean, willpower is an all damage multiplier in this case. And then we can reroll the fire damage until we hit damage multiplier or vulnerable damage. It's actually wild that we get the ring this easy. I'd say we're going to probably try to hit the... Yeah, sure. Let's take it. What are the stone blocks around your character? They are the earthen bulwark from the druid. Oh, we blasted through 2,000 goddamn forgotten souls so far today. Okay, that one comes in here. And we're using abyss skills, right? And usually you could use Hellbound Commander for more summon damage. I mean, it would be great if we had an occult skill to hex someone. But sadly, we don't have, right? Yeah, we need crit chance more. We need more crit chance. That is absolutely true. But how am I supposed to get more crit chance? And I could obviously reroll my crit damage multiplier here now to get crit chance. And I could also reroll the crit damage multiplier here to get crit chance, but that's not going to happen. Right? But we would definitely need it on both rings and on the gloves. Because I just don't see it otherwise. The problem is the aspect. So my aspect scales with attack speed, right? The more attack speed I have, the more powerful it gets. If I now get stacks of ferocity, it's even more powerful. If we now would ignore actually the aspect here with the attack speed, and we would now roll the attack speed over to critical strike chance, right? Which you could also do. It might become more reasonable because that's crit chance now. So we're suddenly sitting at 30.1. 30.1 is good. But then we would have to change the aspect on the weapon, right? Because the weapon doesn't make any sense. Now, you do have Abyss aspects, but none of them is really good because you have Calamity. You got your Abyss skills deal increased damage, shadow damage reduction, and your Abyss skills deal increased damage who have not hit you in the past 2 seconds. Now, this one is not bad because technically I just have to just not get hit, right? Which means we're going to go into the dungeon again. Then we're going to pick this up, go into the demon form, summon Lalish, get everyone out, get this one, and then 1, 2, 3. Like, see, right? I'm just not going to get hit. I'm going to take these with me. Look at the damage my dudes are doing now. Like, truly lasery.
Curse this place.
Thing is, they're summons, so they take your attack speed. Ergo, the more attack speed you have, the better it actually is. Which means I somehow have to get myself ferocity as well, optimally. See, 500 billion from one of these laser eyes. Pretty good, isn't it? The only thing you have to do is you're like a deployment system for these dudes, right? So you jump, and then you deploy them, and then you have a fun time. Then you jump and deploy them again. I'm a laser eye delivery system, ladies and gentlemen. The more laser eyes you can have, the better it is. I just wonder if it would be better if I could get more. Which says the strongest build out there right now? Barbarian. And we're just looking for the strongest build. Now, if you're looking for specific class builds, that obviously depends heavily on the class, right? If we only had a way to truly spam our dominance, I would be so happy. Because that would allow us to just go, like, absolutely crazy here. Sadly, we're not getting the opportunity. Okay, so let's see the damage, ladies and gentlemen. Everything unlashed. Lalish out. Up, 700. Yeah, almost. See, like, how quick he died? Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, let's get this one also. We're doing trillions with these dudes already, and we don't even have our glyphs pretty much leveled up, right? I wonder if my glyphs are all activated now. So this one is still not activated. This one is activated. This one is activated. That one is activated, and that one is heavily activated. I wonder, it says, for every follower, your hex damage bonus increased by... We're doing fine. So fine. Okay, should we see how this works against the boss now, Chad? Because before we went to a boss and it was like absolute sadness, right? We couldn't do any damage. But how does this look now? Prevent Lalish, Terror, Slow, Lalish. Yeah, I was just like not sure how do we make things vulnerable? Lalish. Okay, that, this, there, and then pop. Can we get them all out, chat? The deployment system is deployed. Make sure that everything's up. They're like kind of stacking their damage, if I'm not mistaken. So started like with low billion. See, that's 200 billion hit. We're getting somewhere here. Nice 400 billion hit. Our biggest problem still being that we're lacking the... Oh, she died from some random off hit. Very good. I could try to get better gloves, I guess, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we're still also need to get a helmet because right now we're playing the Harlequin Crest, right? But technically the Crown of Lucian is vastly better. Okay, keep this, keep this, keep this, keep that, keep this. Destroy everything else.
You know where to find me.
I wonder how good the Fist of Fate really is. If I should just go for an aspect and then we're cool about it. Also, we wanted to do... a single good glove. I'll just spontaneously check on the boots if I could make a better than I have currently, right? Unlikely that we'll actually get a Crown of Lucian here. Oh, we got one. But it's a terrible one. This is literally like, this is a punch in the throat because that is like probably the most useless Crown of Lucian I've ever seen. Right? It's fortify and resource cost reduction with a Sigil of Chaos. We just don't need that. That Cage of Madness is actually good, so we can work with that. If we then were going for a build with Cage of Madness, but we're not. We need a different chest piece because right now we're playing this because it says Sigil skills deal 90% increased damage, active sigils gain kill, so that is useless. We don't have any sigil skills, so we need a chest piece with this one. So this is like just a random chest piece I had flying around with 35 maximum resource. It was actually on my rogue, but since resource is giving me damage, and that's 34 more, that's a 34% damage multiplier from my chest piece. As you might guess, that is actually clunking useful, right? Ladies and gentlemen. Getting a random huge damage just like that? Yeah, why wouldn't I?
challenge next time?
What we got here? No one likes that. What we still need to do is, badly, we need to start still re-rolling things because this is a Mlore and we have a Mlore already. So we really need to get these here with more skill ranks. Because I think right now we get like 4, 3, 3, and that's it. Right? It's like 10 bonus skill ranks from your set. That's as weak as it gets. I mean, my Profane Sentinel is only sitting at 40 ranks. What's that? 40 ranks, that's for the week. I rolled 3 times occult skills. That's crazy. Another occult skills. Give me occult skills one more time. I triple dare you. And they really wanted to throw hands there, Chan. For Abyss skills works as well. Have you considered using Anathema of the Prime as a unique charm or Sword of Dominance? For what? Anonymous. For what? What would the Anathema of the Prime do for the build, potentially? In your opinion? Okay, we got cast 5 skills to summon Wolf Companions. Wolf Companions are technically not needed for this build. What we want to have is the Druid's Bulwark. That's for sure. So we definitely need the Quay Rune. And then we can use Igni. Igni Quay is always the best, right? We could technically also use Nagu because we got Nagu. And then we can use Igni for... More critical strike chance. You know what? More critical strike chance. Considering that we're always lacking. Boom. Right? That's good. Corrupted Reaper is for Mythic Seal, yes. Is Allstat that good? Allstat doesn't hurt. Because Allstat allows you then in your Paragon board to actually get what you're looking for. Right? That you can activate everything. So that's kind of nice. Okay, we got Heavenly Strength, and our Pans are playing Heavenly Strength as well. So we're going to change here now to Ferocity. Because there's actually a good one. This one here, Rallying Reversal. You have a chance to gain Ferocity. And that Ferocity will now just make us hit faster. So let's go again for the 100 now. When is the update to get the same mythic? Oh, that is in Season 15, my friend. That is not happening this this patch, this iteration of the game. Okay, now we finally have the crit that I am looking for, right? While my demon form is running, not running, I refuse to summon like new guys because they're more expensive. We don't want to pay for something that we don't have to pay for. We're now sitting at 216 resource, which is actually quite insane. Now, my dudes should be sitting at the trillion damage in no time. How did the children like their vacation? They loved it, Katie. They enjoyed their time at their aunt's house. I mean, they also liked their aunt. So I guess that helps, you know. When family is actually likable and not a burden. It's not a given thing, right? Gotta appreciate it when that's the case. So they truly enjoyed their time. And they obviously just crawled. That was a trillion damage chat with the Profane Sentinel. Let's go. And they also just obviously crawled right back into our beds tonight and just slept there instead of in their own ones. Because what else would have happened? Apuma, you have a smaller edutainment channel covering League, PoE, Science, and Math. Was your experience, would you recommend having separate channels, or nowadays one main channel is doable with the algorithm? It doesn't... The algorithm is not your problem. Okay, so I see you're thinking wrong. You're not looking to please an algorithm. You're actually looking to please an actual audience. So you got to ask yourself, is the people that you're trying to make content for, are these people that are going to watch all your different kind of videos, right? I mean, what am I doing? I am making gaming guides. This is what we do on this channel. This is what the audience can expect from me. The audience cannot expect only Diablo. The audience cannot expect Path of Exile. I make gaming guides for games, right? Is the Apocalypse Warlock you made the strongest one? For Warlock, yes, absolutely. And that's the audience that we're catering towards, right? Gamers. We're catering towards gamers that want to make games. So you got to ask yourself, you have science, you have math, you have different games. Does science and math fit these different games? Or are the people that watch you for games interested in the science and math thingy? Or are they not interested in the science or math thingy? So is that actually a waste, right, to have on your channel? Now, sounds harsh, but it might be a waste. And then you get to decide from there. By the way, that was absolutely devastating here. We just blasted through that pit 100 like nothing, right? That's pretty cool. So if you feel like that your content is not meshing well with the other audiences, then yes, multiple channels would be what you're looking for. Pretty much. But maybe you should also just then give up on a project, because making multiple channels for different kind of content pieces is also quite harsh. Or you should just find a way how to make the whole thing a cohesive whole that it works, right? For all your different audiences. What you definitely should simply do is you should imagine a ideal viewer for you, and then see if you can actually deliver the content for said ideal viewer. Because end of the day, you're people, right? You're not numbers in the internet. You're people with people interest, and you get to serve these people, right? And give them what they're looking for. And if you're not giving them what they're looking for, they're going to leave and watch somewhere else. I lost my stone again. I'm still not 100% happy like with our main aspect on the weapon. And I guess we could probably just go for a grandfather. If we're honest with each other, we could probably just do a grandfather. I mean, like, all things considered, like, that I don't have a good aspect going on, my grandfather just be the better choice. I mean, I have one on my barb that I could use for this. Right? I mean, I wonder, does my weapon need weapon damage for the summons to work? Probably it's a lot of their base damage, right? I gotta see if I have a ground poppy flying around somewhere. Like another one. Oh, we gotta teleport forward. Hello. Take all my dudes with me here. Get that heart of stone. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna try the grandfather on this one. See what it does. You like have a gazillion sparks? I might have a gazillion sparks, not the point. The thing is, I don't have the money to use my gazillion sparks. Right? I might look like a very fairly wealthy gentleman, but I am not, I can assure you. I mean, we have made now, in the past 5 days, we have made 10 builds, roughly, and that drains the funds quite thoroughly. So there's nothing left. Think about what obelisk may be between viewer base estimate is less than 40%, so probably should make separate channels. Well, you would be surprised how much people watch different things. Like, I know that my Diablo 4 viewers are, for example, they're not watching my PoE content necessarily. But I know they might be watching the content of like Pelwall that I recently made. I mean, end of the day, you also gotta just like believe in that the content that you're making is actually good content, and that you're also serving an audience at that point, and that you're building up a reputation for just delivering good guides. Because if you're known for delivering good guides, then people are also more likely to watch your guides on whatever game, right? I mean, we have people in here that know I make good Diablo guides, so they're also going to trust my Path of Exile guides. They know I make good Diablo guides, so they might be watching my guides for Elden Ring as well, and so on, vice versa. Right? Okay, I like the damage that I can see here. It's like just nice when you see the big numbers here, trillions. Are we going to try? So I think we're going to reduce the beam range of this one, and we're going to just give them more damage and see like if that actually works with a blast area very well. Okay, so now we finally have all of these leveled up. Let me get the Abyssal the highest first. So that one is not active because we're missing a point of intelligence. Which means... So we're going to have to pull out the damage note here to put us that in here. And then we get the intelligence, so that's good. We got this one active. We got that one active. We got... Boink! This one active and that one active. Okay. That works. So, I started checking out your Diablo guides because you were the only one, rather, first one making Titan Quest 2 guides, Grismo. See, and this is how it goes. Like, there is an overlap that you might just not expect, be aware of, see, that people are just suddenly going to be like, wow, I mean, I didn't know you actually make content for this as well. That's kind of cool. And then they come and watch you for that content too, right? End of the day, it's all about building up a library on YouTube that people might or might not be engaged with. We got 3 maximum evade charges, and we get fortified generation. Then we got these here with movement speed and attacks evade cooldown down. So could use that as well. Okay, so our crit chance is now looking at something more reasonable. We're at 30 with the actual here. But you know what? Let's play with a grandfather. So I said grandfather might be good. I got a grandpappy with weapon damage and intelligence. Shit, that's not what I want. Okay, so we can waste a little money. But again, I don't have too much money to waste. Let's hope that we could get a... It's not a grandfather. That's a grandfather. Thank you very much. I'm keeping all these Melted Heart of Celex for harder times that I'll probably never use. Oh, that's an attack speed Ring of Stall Disguise. Interesting. So that was all my money now. I mean, who wanted money anyways, right? So this one has 17% of bonus critical strike chance. And if I then now put bonus critical strike chance on it again, right, we're finally sitting at like a decent value. You should always multi-stream. Yeah, absolutely. Not multi-streaming is just hating success, I guess. I mean, Apuma, end of the day, I cannot, like, you know, lay out the whole content strategy for you. You need to try some around and see what works. Maximum life, and we should probably roll the willpower into... I'm not sure if we should roll the willpower or something else, right? Because the willpower is an all damage multiplier. Oh god, I don't have the money to roll the critical strike damage multiplier.
Ancients, watch over this one.
Oh, you should multi-stream to everything you can.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
Multi-stream away. By the way, chat, hey, we have been using rubies, right? For fire damage multiplier. Can someone explain to me why we have been doing that? When we actually need amethyst, because that's a shadow damage multiplier. No, don't. Stay seated, chat. Stay seated. Why would we want to have 48% bonus damage, right? No, like, don't say a word. It's fine. It's fine, chat. Like, it's okay that you hate me. It's like, it's good. It's good. Let's do 120. Right? Let's see if that works. You know, I'm not mad. I'm not mad that you kept this from me. Deeply disappointed, obviously. Okay, yeah, that's instantly 3 trillion damage here. I like to see that. I feel like there are some levels that are just like extremely unfortunate for these guys, because my dudes here do insane damage, right? But since not everyone is pulled together nicely, I cannot do that damage reliably to all of them, right? I'm sitting here on the side, right? They're doing killer damage. I feel like I need them all pulled together somehow, right? Especially when this is not like an open thingy. I feel like my dudes are just not lasering enough of them. First and foremost, let me change my... Which other rune did we have? We have the crit chance, but my crit chance is now up to 50%. So we can restore the crit chance and we can kick it out for crime. Crime. And also, again, for the wider beam. So I feel like if your dudes are not having the wider beams, that's just a waste. My question, though, is, like, attack speed, right? Attack speed, chat. Because your dudes require a certain amount of attack speed to be efficient. I mean, we are getting 4 stacks of ferocity, so that's a 20% bonus. Not bad. We're doing trillions of damage here, so that's nice as well. And that pulling together is useful. Certainly. Okay. And again, my dudes don't like it when the enemy is spread out. See there, we pull them all together. That's quite good. Oh, there was a 6 trillion hit. Cool. How does reprisal work with my dudes now? That's an interesting question. Because these guys have reprisal. That means they're going to throw damage back at us. I can see that. Let's get out of here. So what I would like to see is... Oh, this performer against our good friend Mephisto. Is your speed level video still valid? Yes, absolutely, sir. The speed level build is absolutely still valid. Dookie. So we do summon this demon form, sigil down, that one, that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, oops.
This world, these people, can be saved? It's an illusion.
No. See, this is what I hate the most about this. Like, I want now my dudes to be able to summon like a lot of them, but I can't. Right? I can only summon amount X of these dudes. Oh wow! Just get stuck there. Oh. It happens when you touch your face in between, chat. You almost die. Now, having this like on demand, this dash is quite useful. I think he bugged out. Yep, he bugged out. Okay. Okay, here, we get them all, chat. We get them all. Do it. Trillions of damage. Oh, shit. Almost hit me there. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, this really makes it a bit simpler. That you can just say, but what if, you know, what if he can't hit me? Because our dashes are just teleports, right? What if he can't hit us because our dashes are just teleports? I mean, this might have been the easiest Mephisto yet. I mean, sure, not damage-wise, because I've had builds that do more damage against him, right? Not the point. Just like from the overall setup of the fight here, like not a single struggle inside, right? That's it. That was simple. Oh, this was even a fun fight because you had like all the tools at your disposal to just easily avoid whatever he does to you and just have him handled. Damn. Damn. Very useful. Now, what is missing is our helmet, because right now we're playing Harlequin Crest. The thing is, right now this has 1,053% bonus damage. If I remove 6 ranks, we're sitting at 927. So, seems good, but I think that the actual multiplier from the Crown of Lucian might be better. The problem with the Crown of Lucian is that you're playing Blazing Scream. However, Blazing Scream is going to be cost-wise reduced. But you would have to every 6 seconds press the Blazing Scream button. It makes me like kind of unwilling to actually fuck around with the Crown of Lucian. I mean, I have multiple crowns, right? Just flying around. Crown of Lucian here, like another one, right? Even good ones. Like these are not terrible Crown of Lucians. They're just amazing. But do I really want to fuck around with it again? I feel like my Harlequin Crest is just the easy solution where I just don't have to care, right? Or what we could change about the Harlequin Crest is, what does my defense say here currently? We got like decent everything, right? So you could technically take the Harlequin Crest and reroll the resistance to all elements into... I mean, by the way, we have been playing chat with not a single resistance in our items, and we're actually good. That seems a bit cocky, I might say so. So we don't have a single resistance, but we were actually resistancing. So if I now make like a royal diamond and a ruby plus a topaz. Always do it this way because it's just resistance-wise better, right? Yeah, I'm like, I like what I see here so far. I know this can go up like all the way to pit 135 if you then have like really amazing gear. So if I hit a wall and my dudes are in my way, then I can't move. Which is weird. Sentinel gang. And by the way, also play with one big sentinel instead of the sentinel gang. I've tried that one out as well. When you're essentially using that one big guy who does like 100 trillions of damage against Mephisto. For one of the easiest Mephisto kills I've had. This is shaped up to be like quite the fun little build. I mean, I do believe you need quite a lot to make it work, so obviously the Apocalypse is better. Right? There's no question as what's stronger, this or the Apocalypse. The Apocalypse is stronger. But this is at least a build that uses dominance to do something. Right? It's a dominance summoner build that just feels good to use in my eyes. What I wonder is, since like the seal of the horizon says increased damage per active greater demon, right? And the blazing scream does count as greater demons. I wonder if you can spam summon them to get more damage. But I also wonder how I should test that. So right now we're using it here as a, like, it does billions of damage itself. See, this has like 400 million damage, right? 400 million, yeah, base damage, just like that. Which actually makes it also quite useful. While this one also has like a billion base damage. Also how we're then getting up to the trillions quite easily. Go, go, Power Rangers. Thanks, Tyler. Good to see you there, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So boss fight here again. Da-da-dum. Summon all the ones that matter. Get our demon form up. Summon them all on him. Get him staggered. Have the laser beams beaming. I think the harshest part about this build is really getting the right amount of everything going together. Right? Because right now with the 4 stacks, we're sitting at somewhere... I'm sitting at 60% attack speed with 51 critical strike chance. I think that's fine. But obviously you'd want to have like that 100% attack speed, right? That would be huge. And we also do have like still our glyphs. They're 51. So that, like, look at this. They're not even 100. I have one glyph at 111. So that's pretty good. Because like each, like if you look at the difference, this is 11.5%, correct? This has like 10%. This has 7.3%. So getting these up here right now is going to be absolutely instrumental for just getting way more damage. Mr. Baba, good to see you there, partner. I hope you're doing well. This is good so far. But not really super speedy enough. Sad part is that we can't use like the actual dominance board because we have this one here that says when we spend dominance, our wrath cost is reduced, right? But we don't really have the... There's a... There's a board in the Warlock Planner. It's called Spending. No. Chaos, Ritualism, Greater Hacks, Overmind. No. Pyrosis. No. Dynamism. While in demon form, your demonology skills damage is increased by 3% for every point of dominance you currently have. While not in demon form, you gain 2% maximum dominance every 2 seconds. It could be somewhat useful. How do I find a mythic seal? You spam the Reaper until she finally drops one levered. Reaper, 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 Reaper. And then you hope that she finally drops one. I mean, I got mine from the most random places, like Glints of Hope Cache, Seasonal Reputation, Hell Tides, just normal boss kills in general. I got some from like, what were they called again? Tree of Whisper caches. It's just, you know. Generally a bunch of random RNG weirdness. So every teleport extends the duration of my dudes, right? Every single teleport, chat. Because we're currently playing the Nether Stab in this variant. So with you through the shadows, extends the duration by 3. This is also why you would want to have as many point like attacks reduce evade cooldown, so you can always evade, right? Interesting. Problem is my Footfall of the Waning World here has currently the bonus of 8 charges, right? No, actually I can reroll the Fortify generation into attacks reduce cooldown. 2 ranks in Profane Sentinel, but we're not looking at that. We're looking for... Can you not roll attacks reduce evade cooldown? I thought you could also roll that. Now, I have, like, Waning Worlds here that have attacks reduce evade cooldown, right? And you could just re-roll the life regeneration into more charges. One thing we could also do to get our crit chance up easily would be just using Hex. Right? John. Because right now, we play a Soul Shard that has our dude's Hex, right? Gamekeeper, no, it's hexing, not hacking. With an axe. You know? I feel like I always have like my thingy up. This is like how you maintain all your summons as well, right? Like by just teleporting through things. Like if you wonder how do we actually keep these up so long, it's just that like every single dash, right? Every single dash teleport just prolongs their duration. Actually quite fire. Keep these guys up for quite the while. I am stuck. Love that when you just like teleport in a wall and like get stuck. Sarcasm off, I guess. Everyone loves that. Talked to many people. Each of them was like, yeah, please stuck me more in walls, game. That's really what I'm looking forward to. Daily bread and butter. I feel like, you know, use my dashing a bit more considerate, that I always land like right in the middle of everyone. So if we're not doing that, that's like kind of unfortunate. Right, so like I could have now dashed to reduce the time of travel. But that's useless because if I then reduce the time of travel, but I end up at the enemy without having like any I-beams left. Okay, Mr. I-beam dude, beans, bro man, zip-a-zap. Please focus on him. Thank you very much. Okay, so destruction is up. Abyss skill's vulnerable, so +3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3. Well, I think we could probably reach like 10 trillion damage, like quite sufficient, easy. What I see with this build, so that's really amazing. Now, so what I said is that we have here the soul shards, and this one says Blasphemous Fragment. Recast skills, hex enemies on hit, and increase the damage they take from your Abyss Demonology skills by 20. And hex increases Abyss skill damage by enemies up to 273%, based on their missing life, stacks up to 3 times. So instead of now using the summon aspect here, I could, for example, also use just get bonus crit chance, and then I could get more attack speed, right? However, we're actually at this point sitting at a decent amount of attack speed with 60%. But realistically, you'd want to have 100% attack speed, I reckon. Right? I'm actually sorry for playing the game referring to a Necromancy guide. I think I saw your comment, sir, if you're the same person, so appreciate it. Happy you've been having fun with the Necro. That's why we make these guides, to give you all like different options to play with. So casting a sigil begins ritual for damage to 200%. Completing progresses ritual. We get a this is sigil of summons, right? Killing demons within, killing enemies or demons within fuels the ritual. I wonder if we should play a different ritual. If I could just play the sigil of subversion, right? To zoom a bit more around. It's like fine. When we get that Mephisto quite sufficiently down, so I'm happy about this. The build has already proven that it can actually do Torment 12 Mephisto, which is crazy. Now, I do know that in the leaderboard, I have seen a higher ranking version of this right now. I've seen somewhere in the top 130. In the top 50. There was someone playing this, but I don't know who it was. Which is the problem, right? I mean, in this area, you have everything. So we got these here lunatic. This is the Command Fallen Lunatic build, right? Then we got the Blazing Scream build. It's actually really cool to see, right? With that theme of Prime. So no, this is the Profane Sentinel build. And but he plays the he plays Fire Sentinels. Oh, that is so cool. I never thought about that. Okay, so he has the demonic side, orbital scream, and then he runs this Abaddon's Flash Demon. Huh. That is so interesting. That works? That works? I'll be damned. Let me see. Let's save this. That's so cool, chat. That's a fire version. Blah, blah. I go back to my Blazing Scream build. Let's see. He does Orbital Scream. 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 He does Orbital I'm trying to, like, it's gonna be hard to piece together, right? That's so cool, chat. A fire scream. That's so cool. Okay, wait. He does demonic side. We got orbital scream. The endless barrage doesn't matter. Hellfire aura and chains. But you should make chains. No. Chains have to happen automatic. Okay, so the basic idea is that you're using the destruction demon to again burn yourself, right? And it also says metamorphosis cost down. Becomes a Hellfire Eye, the blast attack that transforms you into demon form, dealing damage and weakening enemies. Wonder if you could use this as your source of vulnerable easy. Is the question, right? This is impact velocity. I would have assumed like you use this for that. You can do the I'm not sure we can do both of these because the problem is that they're gonna suck your dominance away. Instead of the Sigil of Summons, you'd use the Sigil of Chaos. But does he use it in the... See, this is what like interesting build making is about. Just finding something that's kind of cool. He uses it as an aura. That's interesting. The problem is if you use this as an aura, it says Sigil of Chaos explodes your lesser demons. That means you would explode the Blazing Scream. No, this one is only a greater demon. Okay, so in this version, it's a lesser demon as well. So that's a greater demon. That's a greater demon, so you wouldn't actually explode anything in there. Unless we're going to take the... 1, 2, 3... Fire skill. So that is that. Okay, we get chaos. We get we don't need command knowledge. That's the thing. Oh wow, piecing this together is kind of like this is interesting. We got death aura, carapace, iteration, hellforge. Yeah, I can see that. Because you're gonna boost the damage of the orbital scream. Is this an actual bombardment build? Hold on. That's the question. Does this do damage with bombardment? Gain 34 maximum dominance. You get dynamism and ritualism. But how would we use that if you have dynamism and ritualism? You would keep everything running. He would keep everything running because he goes for maximum dominance and then he juices things with dominance. I can see that. So the idea is that you actually have like all these Hellfire skills here, right? Because you would pretty much use the bombardment. Yeah. But you would also use the volatile emanates probably. Mm-hmm. Can a Bodian become a... a volatile skill? That's the question. He used Anathema, but Anathema is not needed. Anathema is just like, doesn't do much for this build here. Just SNFY. We'd have to just like make this now have a 5er, so get this active, get this active. But how would we be producing resource? How would we be producing Wrath in this? That's the question. Because you need to also make Wrath somehow. Right? Because I'm pretty sure he's spamming the bombardment. Reverse engineering something here, chat. Or reverse engineering. This is great. I love it. He has cooldown reduction. But why cooldown reduction? That makes no sense. Technically. Get the chest piece. Get the anathema. He's gonna make the demonic side cost wrath, but that's useless. There's no... Like, I wouldn't know how he's making essence. Right? How's he making essence? That's what I don't see. I mean, he had T-Bolt's Will, right? You deal increased damage and gain resource generation while unstoppable in 5 seconds after. If you use this with Stagger Bar, you're always unstoppable. So you get primary resource generation permanently. But could that work? I mean, the interesting part is that you, due to having the demon form, so this is kind of like something cool when you never thought about it. Like this one says, while in demon form, casting Arc Fiend skills additionally summons the Arc Fiend demon. So Rampage summons a Brood for 10 seconds. Profane Sentinel summons an additional eye for 10 seconds that follows you around. So you pretty much get like 2 eyes for the price of 1. But what actually happens when you spam the... What happens when you spam the Sentinel skill? Do you get, like, more? So you get 1 following us. No, so this one is now active for 10 seconds. But it doesn't actually show in the bar. That's a bit upsetty spaghetti. Because, like, usually this shows in the bar, right? 1 is up for 15, 1 is up for 10. That means I now have to, like, guess how long this is up and make the most out of it. The escalation bug is fixed? No. Escalation bug still works. You might just have chosen the wrong dungeon. So, we need Moloch Speeding Flame here instead, right? because that works with volatility skills and everything and jiggy jiggy yada yada. We can keep the pants, we can keep the chest, we have to change the gloves to Fist of Fate can stay as well. Seal of the Offendant can stay, Hellbent Commander can stay. Yeah, actually, we need the gain 34 dominance. I can see what you're doing there, but I'm not sure if I like it. The problem is currently the resource generation, right? So what we would need is the dynamism board. So the problem is that the one board that we don't need is this one, right? So you would think like, yay, let's just use all of these, but nope, it's exactly that one board that we don't need. So what you could put in is Hellforge, that was intelligence based. Now let me pull up my Blazing Scream build. Or do I have my Blazing Scream build? I think the Fireball build still works. Which Fireball build? Justin, the Blazing Scream, or what? Why would that not work? It has the Wrath. Yeah, Wrath is probably what we want here. Wrath is crit into awesomeness. Then we get the... You know what? We're still going to play... Still play Dominion. Because I think that works. Dominion gets Iker Carapace. Because that is pure Demonology skill damage, so it still works. Don't actually really want to mess with it. Then we're going to get our maximum dominance, right? The plan is that we're actually not going to use dominance much. Now we're going to choose the dynamism board. See, this one is also, while in demon form, your skills do more damage per dominance you have. So then we get this one here. Demon form damage bonus. This one is your maximum dominance, right? So how will we make the most out of this now? So we want to play... I mean, realistically, I would have to put the Iker Carapace over here. No, wait, Iker Carapace didn't boost anything, right? No. Iker Carapace can stay here. Do I have one that boosted rare unbound? Yeah. It boosts like all magic nodes, right? Technically. Not sure if I like that. It's an easily activated one, right? We don't really have to... But does this one have 75 intelligence because it boosts these? Oh. So I actually just need to hit one single intelligence node and that's it. Right? It's actually really nifty when you think about it. Then each demon you've summoned recently, so that's Fathomless. And in Fathomless, what did we play Fathomless even? Yeah, Fathomless gets the Demonologist. Because Fathomless has like an insane one for like willpower stacking. There's nothing to do in D4. Well, there's absolutely nothing to do in D4, sir. We're just min-maxing for the love of the game. We're not min-maxing because a tiny voice in our head tells us that min-maxing is the only way how we feel alive again, you know? It's just we do it for the love of the game. It's fun to min-max. It's fun to figure out things. It's fun to fuck around and find out and just have a good time. At least for me, personally. So, and each to their own, right? Everyone does things different, but I really enjoy the maxing and the trying to find out what works, what doesn't work, what's worth, what's not worth. Right? It's just poor silly old me. Now everyone is different, right? Everyone likes different things, so you might simply not enjoy that. And that's also okay, I guess. Okay, 64 points left. Really gonna wonder how this is going to hold up here. So the basic idea is that we're gonna replace this now through a dominance, right? So we have the aspect authority that gives us another 34 dominance, right? So we're sitting at 91 dominance, and it says, this one says, while in demon form, your demonology skills gain 3% for every point of dominance you have. That's actually a lot. Especially if I don't use said dominance. Right? I need to make sure how I keep barium. Yeah, that's like the only point here. This. So now we don't have like any defense to pull this through. I find the damage I can see here really interesting, because I just have this barrage up around me, right? And everything just dies. Especially because I just have to maintain this barrage, right? Everything will just crumble. That's actually trillions of damage while just maintaining that barrage. Interesting. I wonder if I could get the dominance board into my Blazing Scream build. So we've been using the Blazing Scream, right? The Blazing Scream is really, really cool. So this was like an interesting X course in intriguing. That's Fire Sentinel. If I go back to my right now. The thing with our screen build is we're using the Infernal Breath to jump around. The Anathema of Primes here. Oh, by the way, I was doing trillions of damage there, chat, but I didn't even have the right set. Huh. We're playing the Fire Sentinel, but we're playing the complete wrong set. That's interesting. Because I have, like, the complete right set for this, right? This one, together with that one. That's the actual main set that you need to, like, really make it work. YouTube randomly pitched the video about gearing in the cube. Well, I'm happy you gave that video a chance. It's one of my favorite ones. Yeah, this is the damage I was looking for, Chad. Look at it. Dude, that's mental. Holy Christ. The problem is the defense now. The problem is not the damage. The problem is the defense. Okay, we got Druid Bulwark on top of the summons, but we wouldn't need that. We got the Ferocity. We have to get rid of the Ferocity. For damage reduction, what do we have here? Fortify. Grants additional damage reduction for 5 seconds anytime you take fire damage up to 10. Obedience. Diabolical armor would give us damage reduction, right? I don't know, I'm genuinely just surprised at how much damage that is juicing out. We need the Igni. Igni needs to be... Plus Undying. Yeah, we probably do need to get Undying. I don't see how we can get away without that. The problem is I'm not going to transfigure that on my amulet. That's just not happening because it's like my amulet is going to keep that vampiric touch. For the love of God. Right? I mean, he does have Lucky Hit Vampiric Soul here. So he's actually not even... How are you not playing Undying and not killing yourself? You're playing Destruction Demon. How are you not killing yourself with Destruction Demon? Hez. You're not even playing Life on Head. How are you not killing yourself? Yeah. How are you not killing yourself? Oh, I have a 10 terabyte SSD where everything is saved on that I make. We lost our demon form. Gonna wait for that to come back. Give me a second. The damage is just insane. I'm genuinely surprised at how much the bombardment can actually yoinky doodle out. But I think it has all to do with the dominance stacking. I think we need to investigate that dominance stacking. Dude, that damage is obnoxious. I mean, look at that. I'm just walking through them and they're all just vaporized. Oh, that's a nasty multiplier. I just don't like the skill, so... Definitely have to see if I can make this work on the... on my Blazing Scream build, yeah. Yeah, the video footage is split. I know. Sorry. Okay, this definitely bears further investigation. That is so interesting. So that's why I love looking into the leaderboard, because there are cool ideas there, right? There are very interesting things that are going on. Very cool stuff that people are doing. Yeah. I'll have to play around with that. See, like, on my rings, I have, like, Hex gives us bonus crit chance. And I got, while Fortify, you deal increased damage. But I could literally remove that while Fortify, deal increased damage. Just kick it out. Be fine about it, right? And then just say gain 34. You know what? I could put this on my two-handed weapon. If I put this on my two-handed weapon, right now 34 dominance is 90% more damage, right? And if I put this on my two-handed weapon and I get 80 more dominance, that would be 240% more damage. What the fuck? That's crazy. How do I get that aspect maxed out now? So the problem is when you're trying to get a resource aspect maxed out, right? You have to like roll so many things. Not even fun anymore. So you'd have to like here go for resource aspect is rings only. You'd have to like roll like an infinite amount of rings and hope that you finally get that resource aspect. I mean, obviously what you can do is then you can upgrade to legendary, right? So every single piece of itemery you can find here, you upgrade to legendary. Just hoping that you finally see this aspect in higher. But I highly doubt that I'll probably find something that will live up to what we're looking for. I'll have to see.
That's it for that piece.
But I am really happy with these findings today, chat. But sadly, I'll have to kick you out here tonight, right now, because I required to make a lot of videos in the next 2 days since I'm gone on vacation from Monday on. So there's no stream today. There's no stream for the next 8 days. I'm very sorry for that. I will be back though next week. So not next week, but the week after next week on Tuesday with Beast of Reincarnation. But no worries, we're gonna bring out the Sork build, the Barb build. There is going to be the Profane Sentinel Warlock, then the Warlock that we just got upgraded. We have the Bear Storm with the Landslide, so that is 5 builds so far. And I think I have like another 2 videos that I in the pipeline would like to show you, because we wanted to talk about how to actually make builds, so an actual video that breaks that down. All of these things are things that I'm planning to do in the next couple of days. So shout out to you for coming. Shout out to you for waiting. Katie, Sork is planned for Monday, just that you have it on your radar. I wanted to bring out the Barb first because it's like Barb without Melted Heart of Selig, which is kind of like an interesting video, right? Because people want to know how does Melted Heart of Selig actually work. So this is Bleed Barb. It's going to be good. It's going to come on Monday soon. Okay, Katie? So thank you very much for coming, watching, lurking, chatting. Hopefully enjoying. Wish you all a fantastic good day, night, evening. It was a big pleasure to have you all here. Hope you enjoyed the different builds. I was a bit focused on making this all work today, so my apologies if I was a bit too focused. We'll see each other soon again. Don't worry, I'll keep you updated, entertained. Maybe we can fill Instagram with some pictures as well to give you a feeling for where we have been. Until then, take care. Appreciate you. Pleasure.